listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Spirit Talk Live with the Divine Medium, Christina Wong. Live from thedivinemedium.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Spirit Talk Live
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, welcome to the Divine Medium Spirit Talk Live. Tonight we have a special little thing for you on the iHeartRadio A1R and Moonstruck TV. To find us, I am on a page called the Divine Medium on Facebook and Christina K. Watts, C-A-Y, on Facebook Live. You can watch us live on Facebook. After the show, we will continue the show on Facebook, so head on over there after the iHeartRadio show. But tonight we're going to do a little thing called Let's Get to Know the Knights Templar. So I have my assistant Yvonne, who has all this knowledge on the Knights Templar. She reads books, she studies it closely, and I have no idea what's going on. I do know a little bit about them. I dealt with them in past lives. And I know a little bit, but after I passed away, I didn't know anything from that point on, like where they had went or where they migrated to. So I connect to one of the Knight Templar soldiers or knights, and he gives me most of the information that I'm not aware of. So he's been very extremely helpful. So when I give something to Yvonne, she's like, yep, that's right. That's in the book. So we're going to kind of go over that tonight. So she's going to ask me some questions I have no clue about, and I'm going to get my answers from him or myself based off my remembrance of that time. So Yvonne, what's your first question?
So let's get to the heart of it. And where did the idea or the Knights Templar originate from?
Do you want to, oh no, you don't want to give too much information. So, okay. So where did they originate from? I remember them back in Jesus' time, and they actually originated back at that time. The co-owner or founder, if you will, who created the Knights Templar was, I know him by the Apostle of Barnabas.
Which in the book is under Bernard.
Okay, Bernard, okay. Well, back then we called him Barnabas. Okay, so he started this because there was a protection over the bloodline of Jesus, and I'm part of that bloodline. Obviously, you guys know that. So I do remember him, like, his characteristic, if he was in modern time, he would have been a police officer or sergeant or like army soldier person. He was very protective. He was very strategic in logic and his thinking, and he knew what needed to be done. So I do remember him taking charge, and he had a very precise way of who he was choosing for this task. They had to show great honor. They had to follow a very strict, honorable code or guideline. And if you didn't follow that, then you were not deemed worthy to be in this club, if you will. And what they were guarding was the bloodline. So it wasn't a chalice, it wasn't a cup, it was the bloodline of Jesus. So it would have been me, Mary Magdalene, and then the children that would take on the rest of his name and the teachings, if you will, from that point on. He also protected a lot of the apostles as well that were being threatened at that time. I do remember traveling with them.
Next question is, the cross that they wear and the ones that we see and on the uniforms.
Okay.
What does that symbolize, and where did they get that symbol from?
Okay, so the cross and the colors, because this is the knight that I'm dealing with, he was yet to give us his full name, but I think I have an inkling of who it is. He is honing on the colors mostly, and it's the blood that was shed to save humanity is how he's describing it. Is there like a metallic color to it too, like gold or silver? Like is there an outline to the cross?
In some pictures, yes.
Okay. Is it silver or gold?
I'm not really sure.
Because he's going to like a component that's added to the color that shows strength. So they added in some kind of metal as an outline to the cross to show that people are going to grow through strength and protection by the color of the cross, which would have been the blood of Jesus being shed for humanity and saving them. That's why it's from the karmatic cycle. I think a lot of people think that they're being saved from sin, but if you run it down, sin is karmatic cycling of learning. It's just repeating over and over again. And technically, in a way, yeah, you're deeming yourself to a type of sin because you're not learning, so you're repeating. The cross itself and why they chose that symbol is, well, I mean, when you think of Christ, you think of him being on a cross and what he did. They also find it to be a shielding, a strong statement. So instead of like using maybe a leaf or, I mean, because he's very strong in his notions that he wanted something bold to make a statement. And when you saw it, you knew where it was coming from.
Well, obviously, they branched out and became very big.
Yes.
Very, very big, with hundreds of them, thousands of them. How did they recruit? Like, how did they go about recruiting and getting all these people and still being able to keep the secret and being able to do what they did do?
Well, back then, it was people that we knew. So we knew who we were dealing with, but throughout the ages, it was somebody that would have had to follow the guidelines, and you would have had to know somebody to get in. So it was very strict on, okay, we have to know these people. We're not just going to willy-nilly grab somebody and bring them into this, the best way he's describing, and I see what he's trying to show me, but he sees it as a protection. So, you know, there's things that are said within this circle that no one on earth should be knowing. And the secret is actually still to this day that a lot of people don't understand. Yeah.
I mean,
I have to be careful with what I say.
Yeah.
So
I can ask them, that's fine. You just answer the best you can, that's fine. Were they as rich as what people say they were? Were they rich, or in some books they were poor fellow soldiers is what they call them?
I would call them, if they were part of modern day, I would call them middle class. And they saw the need for money because they had to get around to it, and they had to have the money to get around. They've come into money several times because of these who they've dealt with. They don't just, I mean, any secret society, you're not going to just deal with poor people. You're going to deal with people that have connections and that can help you along. But I think back then it wasn't like that. It was more of, this is a protection. We're not, money is just something that helps. But they have come into money that's helped them.
So, in the, later on in the ages, so that was their goal, was to help the poor people. Not only, but to do that also.
Right. Yeah. Right. They were, I guess they would have been the, like the peacekeepers of our time. I'm trying to think of the military that has that wing to them. It's peace something. I'm trying to. Peace Corps? Yes. They would have been that times, our modern times Peace Corps. That's what they would have seen them as. Yeah.
So why were people so intimidated by them if they were there?
Because you don't cross them because of what they're protecting.
Right.
Yeah. And they were very devout in their beliefs in this. I mean, the stories aren't getting twisted. You know how a Bible, it goes down the line and eventually it gets twisted. And I mean, if I said I I want to marry Santa Claus. By the time it got down the line, it would have been like Easter's fake or something. Like, do you know what I mean? Just the more people talked about it, they changed it. But when the Knights Templar, they were so strict in what was being said, how it was documented, blah, 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 that it didn't get twisted and turned. Right. They were very adamant about that.
Right. So why was King Philip what was his
hell-bent?
Yeah, hell-bent on destroying them the way he did?
He, again, I'm going back to the Herod thing, King Herod, when King Herod killed the babies because he thought he was going to have his placement replaced by somebody in higher authority. He sought to destroy that. And he almost reminds me of a reincarnation of Herod. He sought to destroy something that he thought could replace him. And if I'm not correct, they were very close to the Pope, and I think that he did all he could to kind of get that powerful authority on his side. He saw them as a threat. It wasn't about money. It was they could easily replace me if they get too much power. They're very careful about that.
In some of the books, they go back to the galactic side of the Templars. They sometimes refer to some of their symbols that they wrote in Rosslyn Chapel and stuff. They're almost galactic, but
Jesus is not from here. His planet of origin is Orion. I'm from California, and most of the apostles were not from here either. It's almost, okay, you know, when people come into the shop, like half the time I figure out through an evaluation that they're a hybrid or they're galactic in some way. Not all of them, but what I'm noticing is they're finding their way to me. And that's what happened with Jesus. The apostles found their way to him because they were supposed to assist him because they were galactic as well. Not all of them, but a proportion of them are. And I think it goes hand in hand that the Knights Templars knew this and they kept that going. They kept that information. And I wouldn't be surprised half of the Knights Templars now are galactic and they have no idea that they are.
Is it? Right. There's so many, I don't know.
You don't know what to choose.
I don't know what to choose. Oh boy. So what happened to them after King Philip had regarded the stake? They dispersed in all different directions then.
Yes, some actually stayed where they were at. And I know you asked me a while ago, how could they stay in a place where they were being hunted? Well, they made a very easy way of doing it for themselves. Whether it was changing how they wore their hair, cutting their hair, wearing different clothing, they found a way of doing it. And with what they were doing, they had orders that would harbor them. And wouldn't care if they were put to death because they knew deep down they were doing it for the cause. Right. So yeah, I've seen ones go to Spain, I've seen ones go to Canada, and then ones have even gone to as far as Portugal. Like they kind of just dispersed, and they agreed that by doing this, that they would gain groups in their areas to make the Knights Templar even bigger, so that they can never be stopped. Right? That was their goal. Well, if he thinks he can stop us, watch us advance now. They were very headstrong driven.
They were definitely driven. So, some of the TV documentaries that I watched on it in the book I read, they insinuate, they don't have any proof, maybe a little bit of proof, but were they responsible for the elaborate tunnel systems under France and Great Britain and different places? Because they say that's where they were hiding at. And
well, I was just going to get to that. Yeah, he's explaining that they needed somewhere to hide, so they had to come up with some kind of, and they had, again, the supporters and money to back them up to do this.
So who was supporting them financially?
Merchants. people that, you know, grew in heritage wealth, you know, like when your uncle passes, you get handed down money. So it was being handed down, handed down, handed down.
So they were responsible for the elaborate tunnel systems
so that they could get around without getting, caught and put to death. And those tunnel systems aren't just in France. From what I'm being shown.
There are a couple different countries. Great Britain,
Canada, I'm seeing, Germany, London. I just heard London.
Yes.
I don't know if that's real. I don't know if that's true, but I mean, I'm sure somebody probably.
No, I saw a something on one of the, was it History Channel or something.
Sorry, I should probably correct myself. Not that it's not true. I don't want him thinking I'm saying he's lying. So let me correct that. A way of confirming it, I guess I should say. Because I don't know where all this. I'm just getting the locations from him. So if there's a way to kind of look it up, and
no, he's right, because the documentaries I've seen on television about it, he has named all the places that they have gone and have shown that I've seen that they've shown.
Okay.
But they always go back to the Knights Templar, but yet they can't really truly totally confirm it. So
and he says with his assistance I could walk through those tunnels like the back of my hand.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah.
There's things hidden in some of those tunnels as well. What? Yeah. Okay, we can't talk about that. That's taking it a little too far. Maybe on the next one.
The next show.
Right, David?
See anything you want to add. Sure. So I want to ask about, and not in depth, we're not going to get into depth about this, but it's, you know about Oak Island.
Yes.
So they have all these theories, hundreds of theories.
Okay.
I guess the question is, were they on Oak Island as one of the peaks, were they?
Yes. Okay. There is something in Oak Island, and no matter how much you try, you are not going to find it. It is severely protected. There is a protection, galactic, unforeseen bubble over this area. It's marked with a cross because it was to show the knights where this item was. And it was marked that also, he's telling me it was also marked as a protection. You do not touch this area. This is owned by the Knights Templar. You do not touch this. So whenever anybody saw this item or this symbol, they knew, okay, we shouldn't be in this area. Something's going to happen to us if we go any further. But people have, in modern times, tried to go further, and I don't know how many people have died before they get the freaking picture that this item is to be kept there, not removed. It's sacred. It's protected by galactic. It's protected by divine. And yeah, that's all I can say. I can't say anything further. So I know it's there, and
So there's only one item I want to ask you about that they did find, because they found many items.
Okay.
It was the cross that they feel was a Knights Templar cross.
Where?
On Oak Island.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay.
So whose cross was that?
Knights Templar. It's a marking that this area is protected.
A piece of jewelry.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about the piece of jewelry that they found.
Okay.
It was
that's
a cross.
That's a Knights Templar cross. That was just something that fell off in the midst of trying to, and things like that. Yeah.
So after they did what they had to do, did they leave the island then afterwards?
They didn't leave. There's still one still protecting the area. They don't infiltrate. Like if, let's say, for example, you were back in Barnabas' time, there would have been nobody going on that land. They would have severely known it. As they say, of the bloodline of Jesus. Rebecca, I'm really not sure what you mean by that. Dawn, this is actually an interesting question. If you were gay in this life, were you gay in a past life? No, not necessarily. That is something that maybe you're desiring to learn in this life, and that's okay. Let's see if we have any other questions. So was Jesus put on a cross in the end, or some people also believe he was put on a wooden stake? What is the truth? He was put on a cross, but the what do you want to call it, the stake knives or nails, stake nails didn't go through the hand, they went through the wrist. If something like that would have gone through the hand, it would have broke all the bones and slipped right out. The wrist kind of locks you in place because there's a huge bone that kind of connects your hand and the wrist, and it would have been right along right here, where it would have kept him locked in. I don't want to get into too many details with that because then I'm going to start getting emotional. He is already in physical form here. He's had many lives, after this. It's not like he just died on the cross and then, hung out in heaven. He wants to affect different realms in humanity with what he knows and his knowledge, and he wants to grow others' strength through. So he's going to come back and teach this. So, from gathering, he is in Rome, seeing the Pope at this time, near the back. Are there any Knights Templars today? Are they known by another name? Who's giving you the Paula? The Knights Templars are still going strong. They're not, the way this knight is describing the Knights now is they couldn't compare to the Knights back in those days. The Knights now are just kind of like, oh, this is exciting, I want to be a Knights Templar. They're not really protecting
like a society of men.
Right. It's not like they're out, fighting dark. And
it's a different time.
Yeah, it's a different time. Yeah. And this knight is like, they couldn't handle what we did back then, is basically what he's saying. But he is respecting them in the sense that they're honoring and contributing to what they were trying to do back then. Is it true that if you were poor in past life, you are rich in this one? Not necessarily, Phyllis. There can be a soul that, really wants to learn from being poor, and they just keep picking lives that are poor. And I tell people all the time, don't make the money because they're making money. You have to understand everyone is at their own learning level. So if you're making more money than somebody else, do you transfer your soul to another when you pass? No, Dawn, you don't. Your soul is your own. And when you take on a vessel, you're learning from it. That's it. Is the stigmata real, and what is it? Marlena, it's very real. To the ones that deal with it, I'm one of them. I get a very severe mark on my rib, and it's so bad that I could be buckled over in pain for hours. It used to happen when I first came out as a communicator, but it doesn't happen as much as it used to. But you could literally, we've taken pictures before, see a slash going across my rib, and just the pain, and it would swell up real big. But yes, it's very real. And I think the reason it happens is, and the way it was explained to me by my spirit guide, Maria, was that this is something to reconnect you back to why you've chosen this path. So when I want to give up, thanks, David, when I want to give up, this pain kind of brings me back to, okay, I realize now why I picked this mission and why I want to help people so much with it. Okay, last question of the night for the talk show. Do the Freemasons stem from Knights? Oh, we already answered that. Angela, yes, Mary Magdalene was the Holy Grail, and if you think of the Holy Grail, you think of a cup, and the cup being the womb, okay, the shape of a womb, containing the bloodline, which would be children of Jesus. And And that is it, guys, for the talk show tonight. Maybe we might stem off of the Knights Templar next week. I see a lot of people are very interested in it. So let's get some more questions going for next week. And I'll post on Facebook, and you guys can pick the questions you want to ask for the Knights Templar. Do some research, do some Googling, and ask me some questions, and we'll get with the Knights and see what we get. And that's it, guys. I hope you enjoyed the show. Thank you.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for the High Frequency Channel with Rebecca Urich. Live from the highfrequencychannel.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is the High Frequency Channel
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, you are listening to A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. And this is the High Frequency Channel, and I am your hostess, Rebecca Urich. I am a certified dream builder coach and a life mastery consultant. I have been reading oracle cards for over 2 decades, teaching yoga and meditation for over 2 decades. I'm a soul realignment practitioner. And so I blend them all together to create a reading that not only touches you, but helps you to move forward. And as we know, and I talk about this a lot in my shows, there's a lot going on in the world right now. And one of my favorite topics that I love talking to my clients about is money. And because most of us would love to have more, right? We would love to have a little more money than we have coming in right now. So how can we begin to bring in more money? Well, let's look at a few beliefs that we have around money. So I've heard people say, I was at a restaurant and I heard the bartender yell out, yeah, money is the root of all evil. And, we're always saying to ourselves, there just isn't enough. And we've definitely heard the phrase, money doesn't grow on trees, right? And you hear people talk about working really hard to make just enough money. So we have this belief system around money, and honestly, it's not very good. Money's not a very good energy. And if money is energy, then we want to transform that energy into something beautiful. And what I do with my clients is I first have them look at their relationship and look at their belief system around money. And then I play with them a little bit, and we envision ourselves sitting at the dinner table with money, and maybe even being on a first date with money. And if one of our belief systems is money is security, and we looked at this money on a first date and we said, you are my security, what do you think this person would do on a first date? But really, that's very deeply connected to us. Money is security, right? I mean, for me to say that it's not security, that's crazy. But if you look at where all of your money has come from, it has come from you. You are the source of all of your money. And to remember that you have access to all the money in the world, all the bank accounts, all the money that you could ever need. It's just tapping in to your heart center, tapping in to what you would love. You know how when you're on vacation, when you feel like you get there and it's like, it feels so good, but it goes by so fast, lickety split. And then all of a sudden you're like, now I'm home. Because you were having so much fun. You were in a state of bliss. you were in a state of relaxation. So what we want to do is slowly and incrementally work our way toward a life that we would love to live. Now, if you do not have that vision of the life you would love to live, it's time to take some time and journal something that you would love. Because here's the thing, all possibilities are available to you. So I suggest that you look at your relationship with money. Just play with it a little bit. How do you treat money? Do you give it away? Do you curse it? You're like, you're never there for me. And then when you are there, I hoard you and I hold on to you and I won't let you go. Or I give you away. I get money and I just give it away. What is your relationship with money? And then make the changes where you feel like you need to. So if you are holding on tight, right, to a belief system that is in lack, maybe throwing it up to the universe and throwing it up to God and surrendering and saying, I put this in your hands and I trust that I deserve abundance and I trust that everything will be okay and all my needs will be taken care of, right? What are some ways that you can change your relationship with money? Another thing that I do is I bless everything that I have because money bought it for me. Money bought me all of this. So money's kind of my sugar daddy. I'm just kidding, but you get what I'm saying. Maybe shifting your thought process around money to more gratitude and thankfulness and appreciation. Because if you think about it, if money were a friend, how would you treat it? And that's how we need to start treating money, as if it is our friend, a dear friend, trusted friend. And then like the law of gravity, the law of attraction, money will be magnetized straight to you. And it will always be magnetized to you because you have such an appreciation for money. Money will always want to be with you. All right? So spend this week looking at your relationship with money and make the changes that you need to do. Make them through gratitude, thankfulness, appreciation. Start there, okay? And remember that this is Rebecca Urich with the High Frequency Channel, and I do paid readings. I have coaching programs where I put people through the process of clearing out their old patterns, the old paradigms, their old belief systems. I build their self-esteem, their confidence, and get them moving in the direction that they would love to live. They stop getting pushed around by the current of problems and situations, and they begin to move forward. And they begin to relax. They begin to soften and surrender. And they achieve full spectrum wealth, which is all areas of your life being beautiful and amazing. So if you are interested or you need a life coach, you feel drawn to me, please feel free to reach out to me. You can reach out through my Facebook page, the High Frequency Channel. I am also going live with free oracle card readings after the show. And on my page, on my Facebook page, the High Frequency Channel. So make sure you like my page, turn on the notifications so you know when I go live. And I'm going to be going live a lot this month. So please feel free to join me. And thank you. You are beautiful and amazing. And I am ready for my first caller. Hi, Carl from Ohio.
Hello.
How are you?
Can you hear me? I'm good.
Yeah. How's it going?
Pretty good.
Yeah. I am a dream builder coach and a life mastery consultant. I am an oracle card reader for. So what I do is I blend them all together. And how can I help you tonight?
I don't know. Just signed up for your reading.
Okay. Would you like just a general reading and we can go from there?
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good. Give it a good clearing and let's see what's going on for you today. Have you been sick or not feeling well lately?
Actually, yeah, like the past week.
Been feeling a little sick or like a little cold or summer cold or something?
Yeah, I've been sick all week, actually.
Okay. Oh, shoot. Okay. Well, let's
I feel
just
better
say
today.
that. Good. Yeah. Because I was just going to say your recovery and your health and wellness is here. So just know that, you know, it was just a little quick thing and you are on your way to recovery and you're going to get all your energy back and all is going to be well. Okay.
All right.
It's kind of like a little confirmation. So then let me ask you, like in the last 6 months, would you say that you have been busy? Like really busy?
No, I wouldn't say I'm busy.
I'm sorry?
No, I wouldn't say I'm busy.
You haven't been busy?
Nope. Trying to be busy. Looking for work.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, maybe in work or something. Somewhere is your
Looking for
mind been busy? Somewhere in your life you're busy.
Yeah, mine's so busy. We'll say that for sure.
Okay. Okay. So maybe do you meditate?
I tried to. I'm just not. I can't. I always feel like someone's watching me.
Okay. So I wouldn't worry so much about how you're meditating. I would just, either sit or lay down and just focus on your breath. Focus on your breath, even count, the inhalations, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, exhale, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or inhale a full breath, hold for 3 seconds, and then exhale for a count of 3, and then inhale again, hold, exhale. It's going to be really important. This is going to be great for your mind. So what we're learning right now is that we, as human beings, we kind of have let our minds get out of control, and we want to teach our mind to think the thoughts that we want it to think. So through meditation and looking at what the mind is thinking about and minding and becoming aware of it, it's going to help you, first of all, calm that down, which is then going to help you calm your nervous system down too. And you're going to just feel more relief. You're going to feel like you just have more time in the day, a little bit more relaxation. How does that sound?
That sounds good. Is there anything I should listen to meditate?
Sure. There's lots of stuff. You can go on YouTube. You can do guided meditations. Just Google it, or YouTube has great stuff. That's always great too. Yeah. Anything that you can do just to kind of quiet your mind a little bit, even if it's just for 5 minutes, build it up. Eventually, you'll probably want to sit longer because your body will just begin to get used to it. You'll find that you start clearing old patterns. You'll find that you feel better, that you're clearer. Your mind isn't as weighed down with stuff, which will make you feel free or freer. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So it's saying to bless your heart. So do you feel like you might need to reach out for spiritual support to heal and mend your heart?
I don't really know how to explain it. I've been having a lot of contact with things that I can't explain over
Okay.
about the past 6 months.
Okay.
Good and bad.
Okay. So it seems like, maybe a little tumultuous right now.
It's like I'm clairvoyant with no control over it.
I'm sorry, say that again?
I said it's like I'm clairvoyant, but I have no control over it. Just
Okay.
something goes.
Okay, well, that's cool. Maybe writing it down.
I do.
Do you feel like in order to like maybe increase, I don't know if you necessarily want to increase it right now. You maybe just want to kind of get a handle on things. But if you tune in to your heart and, even just putting like your hands on your heart, one hand over the other, and letting your heart open and asking your heart to open. So in setting the intention that you are appreciative of this gift coming forward, and you would like to use it through love, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think that if you just keep that intention, and maybe even, do you have like friends that you can talk to about this and around you?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I do.
So make sure that you reach out for that emotional or spiritual support to help you, kind of, I don't want to say, it's not about gaining control over it, because I'm not sure that you would, but using it in a way that can be effective and healing for people. What's your intention to do with your clairvoyancy?
Heal other people, help other people.
Yeah. So I think that maybe there's a little bit of heart center that maybe needs to be cleared, maybe some forgiveness work that from stuff that may have happened to you even recently, but most likely the stuff that's happening to you right now is a pattern that may have also happened to you throughout your life, or probably sometime before the age of 7.
How do you know all this stuff?
What's that?
How do you know all this stuff?
I know, I don't know. I don't know how I know,
You're right on point. Like, you're right on point with everything. Like, even though, like, the show I was just listening to, you said, like, if you're drawn to my voice, like, yeah, it's just weird.
Yeah. Cool. I love it. But I think that the heart work, the healing of the old stuff is going to be important in order for your gift to be a gift to others. And it's great. It's beautiful. And, everyone has work to do. So, don't feel like that's, anything out of the ordinary. We all have to work on stuff with our heart. So just keep up that good work. And do you have any questions that you want to ask me?
No.
Okay. Is there anything else that you want from the reading?
I don't reckon so.
Okay. So, well, thank you so much for coming on today.
Thank you.
Have a good night. Thank you.
You too.
And next we have Cindy.
Yes.
Hi, Cindy. How are you?
Hi, I'm good, thank you.
And you're from Australia. Welcome.
Thank you.
So, my name is Rebecca Urich, and I am a dream builder coach and a life mastery consultant. I am claircognizant, and I read oracle cards, so I kind of blend it all together. How can I help you this evening? Or this morning, actually, I think it's for you, right?
Yes, almost heading towards the middle of the day here in Australia.
Okay.
No, not quite, maybe 11 o'clock.
Okay.
11 o'clock in the morning. Yes. So, work-wise, I'm looking at getting out of where I was, and I'm in a bit of limbo at the moment, and just wondering about work.
Okay. Okay. So, is there something at work that may have happened in the past, or this just past job that maybe you need to release and heal from or forgive?
Yes.
Okay. So what source is asking you to do is to work a little bit on forgiveness. And there's a little bit of there's some anger left over. Am I right?
Oh, yes, yes, yep.
Okay. So what's happening is that anger is what is blocking, well, not only your health and your happiness, but blocking what is going to happen for you next. But here's the thing, you're going to be able to do the work because you are shifting into prosperity. So let's see if do you want to share with me a little bit about what's just a few sentences so I can help you with forgiveness at work?
Okay, so I have not been at work since the 3rd of May. I've been on extended sick leave because I had a breakdown at work. I picture the worst Mean Girl movie you've ever seen, and yep, lots of stuff. Mean Girl.
Okay, I got that. So what we want to do is remember that everything is in divine and perfect order, and everything is moving you in the direction that you need to be. So, everything is accelerating really fast on the planet right now. So it's a really great time for you to just be like, well, that didn't work, and just kind of let it go and maybe shake it off and go dancing or something, and really let it go. And just be like, okay, onward and upward. Next, in some way, do you think you could do that, or does it go deeper than that? The anger.
Well, that actually feels like that was the perfect answer, to be honest.
Okay. Okay, good. Because you do have some really good stuff coming, so it's really important that you do shake it off. So like a duck, like two ducks fighting, they just, they have their fight, right? And then they go off in opposite directions. And then you see them like shake their feathers. It's like they shake off the energy from it. And that's kind of what I want you to do, is just like maybe put on some of your favorite music and just kind of dance it out, and just be like, kind of do like a goodbye dance. Like send it off with love. Like, I'm done with you. You're done. I'm moving on. I receive prosperity. I want to shift into the flow of divine support, and then ask to be shifted into the flow of divine support, and allow for the next job or the next project or whatever it is that is supposed to come to you with ease and grace at the perfect time, with plenty of prosperity.
Yeah, that works. That fits. That vibrates.
That feels good, right?
Oh, absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah, and then one last little thing here is I want you to value your self-worth. So if this last job, made you feel unworthy, I want you to get that worthiness back. Remember that you are God's precious gem. You are the universe. You are a microcosm of the macrocosm. Everything that is outside of you is inside of you. You are the universe. And you deserve abundance. You would deserve to, walk in this body and on this earth plane right now and shine your light, shine your uniqueness, like those little quirky things and your unique gifts are exactly what you need to be shining into the world. So if you're not doing that, I want you to take some time to do that. Do you know what that is for you?
Well, look, I'm a little bit of an anomaly in that I am a psychic medium, scientist, artist, counselor.
Awesome.
Lots of things.
I love it.
So
that sounds great.
I'm not sure which area I'm going back into. I've just come out of education in science, but I am a reader, and I've been reading for a long time, so I do expos. And the reading stuff will always stay with me, and I will always do the work, but that is not my primary income earner. My primary income earner now, I'm faced with either still going into the biology sciences, or I've just put in my qualifications for child safety to see if my qualifications fit on that counselling psychology side to branch into a whole new career there. So, yeah, I don't know.
Well, that sounds really good. That sounds really amazing. So I think that knowing your self-worth, really looking at what you would love, which one would you love to do, and follow that, because it's moving you in that direction. So just make sure that you aren't settling with the universe, right? Make sure that you're staying right there with it, right? Do not settle. All right.
Okay.
Do not settle and know that you are worth everything.
Okay.
All right. I wish you tons of luck. And I know you're going to do it. You've got this. You've got this. You're going to do it. It's all good. And they're going to cut us off here. So I want to thank you so much for joining me. And my name is Rebecca Urich, and this is the High Frequency Channel. Join me right after this. We are going live with more free readings on my channel, the High Frequency Channel Facebook page. Have a good night. Namaste. Love you.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyonsBrilliance.wixsite.com/Perry Lyons.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is New York City Celebrity Psychic
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey, cats and kittens. Welcome to Perry Lyons, New York City Celebrity Psychic. As always, I'm so looking forward to talking to you because we just get the coolest people. And thank you all for the lovely, I guess I should call it fan mail. It's so nice. You can email me at Perry Lyons. That's P-E-R-I, like periwinkle. Lyons is Lyons. On Facebook or Perry Lyons at wixsite.com. And I always answer, and I'm always happy to hear from you. So let's get going. Ready? So we're going to start off, as always, with the psychic weather forecast, which is done with the tarot. I pick 3 tarot cards that sort of bring up the general kind of psychic weather for the week ahead, issues that will be coming up for anybody who's chosen to be tuning in to watch or listen. It's different than regular weather. Thank gosh, this week. And also, I just want to say our hearts here go out to everyone affected by Hurricane Dorian, and you're in our thoughts. So, okay. So non-harmful, very good psychic weather. Let's see. And this is, I never prepare this beforehand. So, this is interesting. Okay. The first one is the Ace of Swords. This means that in your life this week, there might be a beginning of a new way of looking at something or a new idea. That idea that you had about like sushi restaurants for cats that use mice instead of fish. Okay, that's not going to work. But any other idea you have would be really good. And it's an idea, it's a week for new starts. So new starts in the way you think and the way you influence people around you. Because remember, you have a lot more power than you think. Okay, woo! Okay, that was fun. Okay, this week is also a week in which you're going to be getting or giving some sort of, either somebody's going to be helping you out, so you might be getting family money. If so, please feel free to send it. That's Perry Lyons, P.O. Box, no. Or you might be doing some volunteer work or contributing something to charity. Giving to Red Cross is a really good thing this week, and it always comes back tenfold. So just keep that in mind. So there's giving to charity, or there's receiving help from someone because you deserve it. All right. Oh, I'm really enjoying that. Okay. And the next card has to do with, it's a King of Pentacles card. This is a male energy that's very supportive, very grounded. It can be fatherly, or it can be somebody in your life, a good boss. Oh, we got Teresa, Niagara Falls, Ontario, Canada, waiting. So I'll be right with you, Teresa. Hi. It could be a good boss. It could be, but it's somebody, it's a helpful male figure, often a bit older. It's also, he might be, because Pentacles represent earth signs sometimes, so he could be a Virgo, a Taurus, or a Capricorn. As somebody who has a personal Taurus at home, I can highly recommend them, but all 3 are good signs. Okay, so, whoops, sorry about that. And now we're going to take Teresa. I really enjoy doing that. I'm just going to throw cards all night. Okay, hi, Teresa. How are you, my love?
Hello.
Coffee?
I am okay. I've been going through some a rough phase for the last couple months, and just need to hear some good stuff. So if there's anything that you can give me to look forward to, it would be great.
Okay. Let me ask my guides. and draw some cards. It feels like this is on a couple of different fronts, that you've had, some money issues, work issues, and some family issues. And it also feels to me like you're the person who everybody relies on. And maybe you don't have really somebody that you can rely on. It's like the buck stops here with you. You're the,
Yeah.
Okay, so first I'm going to ask you for your birthday, because I'm going to send a card. No, that's how I connect to you. So tell me your birthday.
July 8th.
Cool.
Do you need
we
the
love
year?
cancers. You know what? That's okay. Yeah, I won't ask yours. You don't ask mine. Well, there is some good news coming up. This is really interesting because, and I don't mean this in a bad way, but you are surrounded by people who do kind of hand over responsibility to you and maybe aren't taking enough responsibility for their own lives. Does that ring true for you?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry about that. However, this card means that you're going to be taking a deep breath, standing up straight, looking in the mirror and saying, "Hello, gorgeous," which always helps. And you're going to be sort of taking control of your life a little more, because one problem is that you're so generous and you give everything you have to everybody else. But right now, it's a moment where you have to kind of put the oxygen mask on yourself, like they say in airplanes, before you put it on your kids. So you can nourish yourself first. It does feel to me like after about mid-October, this is a good card, things are going to start getting better. I think one thing is that you're very proud, and it's very hard for you to ask for help for people. I'm not going to say ask for help, but I am going to say just reach out to a couple of people and share what's going on with you, because you listen to everybody else. But I don't think, our close friends and our close family members, when we trust them and tell them what's going on with us, it's like giving them a gift. It doesn't make you weak, and it doesn't take anything away from you. But I think if you tell one or two people about what's going on with you, that would help. And it looks like there's some sort of help coming in a different way. The Knight of Swords card, it's a knight in shining armor card. And this looks like there's one very functional person sort of, it looks like in your family setup. This might be, do you have a daughter with a husband? I mean, obviously you're not old enough, but.
No, I have 3 sons.
You have 3 sons. Okay, well, one of them, sorry about that, I'm not often wrong, but if I was God, I'd have better shoes. This looks like one of your sons is kind of the responsible one, or the more he's the one who kind of comes through eventually. It looks like he's going to come through in some way. It looks like it might be the oldest, but hold on a second. Is there one
like I have twins, and then I have a younger one, and the younger one's the more responsible one.
Okay, then that's what I mean by the middle one. Sorry. Does he have a name like just a really kind of all-American short name like Mike or something, or Joe or Bob?
Nick.
Nick. Okay, thank you. I was hearing something like Mike, and I couldn't quite get it. So Nick is what it is. I love the name Nick. Ooh. He's going to sort of come through. I think he's either going to get a better job or get promoted at the job he is, but he's going to help you in some way. And there's also some sort of repair in your house that you need help with. He's going to help with that in the next 2 weeks. That's the repair thing that's going to come up. Might not be a big repair, but it's going to be symbolic. It's like, you know how if you paint the living room, suddenly everything else seems doable? Let me just see what the outcome card is for you. Oh, this is good. Okay. You're going to be starting a new cycle in your life. This is going to start at the end of October, and it's really going to kick in like around the holidays and then January. The Fool card means that you're taking a step up in your life. And I do get a feeling that, one second, you've got a health issue that's going to get better. I think one problem is you're a little distracted by either chronic pain of some kind or chronic fatigue. It looks like that's going to get, you're going to get help for that, and that's going to get better. Is it back pain or is it fatigue?
Well, fatigue. I have fibromyalgia.
Oh,
and
okay,
I've been having lots of migraines as well.
Oh boy, I know all about that. It looks like that's going to be easing up, but it also looks like I'm trying to get a handle on your job situation.
It's funny because I'm just, it's hard to get a handle on my job situation. I'm an entrepreneur and I'm a healer, an energy worker, and like I put it together as a holistic coach. So, and I'm very unique in what I do. So,
yeah, you are. It can be sometimes intuitives and healers can be the most challenging people for me to read for. Now that you said that, that kind of frees up the energy. Here's what I'm going to say. You have a talent I don't know if you know about, but you have a huge talent for aromatherapy. You also have a huge talent for anything to do with herbs or crystals, but especially aromatherapy. If you wanted to put together a line of aromatherapy products, this is something, and make that part of your practice, I think you'll see a big upswing in your financial thing. I also would recommend that you find either a theta healer, a place to learn theta healing, because you'd be terrific at that, THETA.
I do theta.
Oh, great. So that's where
I do theta. I do a lot. I studied for over 10 years, different therapies.
Yeah. Oh, me too. That's really cool. So yeah, theta, you have a shamanistic talent, which is where I'm getting the aromatherapy.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've studied, oh God, what's the other one? My thing just fell off.
Reiki, healing touch.
Oh yeah. Reiki is, I mean, you're beyond good at Reiki. I think what you need to do is brand yourself a bit. And I think people aren't, I think because you're a little modest.
Yes, I am.
There was a great article on the site Medium about what to do if you're bad at self-promotion. And it recommended, I just read it, it recommended that I would Google the article. It's on medium.com, what to do if you're not very good at self-promotion. And it says, think of what you do as a gift that people need, which in your case is absolutely true. So true, so true. The reason I'm recommending aromatherapy is I mean, I'm sure you've done it, but it just seems like a huge talent of yours. And B, I think branding, some sort of branding, like letting people know that you have all of this experience and training.
I'm just putting a website together.
Great.
I'm putting a website together, and basically I'm doing, I do past life healing and ancestral healing.
So
I work basically with the emotional, clearing the emotion.
Yeah. Then great. Then I would brand yourself, come up with something like, I don't know, heal some sort of catchy name that lets people know that you're a master at what you do. Because mistress sounds mistress sounds like you wait by the phone on weekends for your clients to call. Sorry, mistress jokes, a little outdated. But I think that things are really going to pick up. As I said, they're going to start to pick up after Jupiter goes, it comes out of retrograde on October 19th. It feels to me like something in your chart is really going to pick up with that. So it also feels to me like letting people know. Also, I think there's a teenager, like I think a young girl in your vicinity who would love to sort of intern with you or help you out with stuff. And people, I think, can be hard sometimes for healers to accept help. So accept a bit of help. Let people know how terrific you are. Maybe do an event at the local library, the local healing center, the local yoga center. Get out there a bit more because there's money waiting for you. There's people who need you. And with your kids, the twins are going to work stuff out in February. I'm not going to go into what's up with them.
That's their birthday.
There you go. Well, birthdays are
That's
usually
her birthday, yeah.
sort of, yeah. February 8th?
No, February 19th.
Oh, that's a very powerful birthday.
Yeah, yeah.
But it is the Aquarius Pisces thing, and that can be a little tricky.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Believe me, it is.
Well, oh, yeah, I know. But a lot of very, very, very creative leaders were born in that day. They're both very sensitive and creative. So, and this is not a culture that rewards that hugely. So, yeah, have or enlist them, but get some help with putting together your social media presence. I'm one to talk. Your website and all of that stuff, because as soon as people know how good you are, I think they're just having a hard time finding you. So
yes, I'm not really out there yet, but I have to, and yeah, I have really good testimonials, and everybody I've worked with really is grateful. It's not even given a testimonial. They're really authentically grateful for the work I do because it's so unique, and they're not getting the help with their emotions. It's all about emotional healing.
I totally get it. And it can be, because I do that, I will do in one healing session, one theta session with somebody, 6 years of therapy. And I'm all for therapy, don't get me wrong. I really, totally for therapy. But I have the same kind of results, but I'm not very good at promoting that either because it's hard to describe what you do. All you have is these people saying, wow, you changed my life. I'm like so happy and effective now. But it's like, how do I describe that? So, yeah, I think, if you want to contact me on Facebook, Perry Lyons, maybe we could, have a little brainstorming session and help each other out.
Yeah, that'd be great.
After October 19th, things are going to pick up and get a little help. And by next January, you're going to see, I really feel you're going to see improvements in your entire life. So will you stay in touch and let me know? Because, and let's get in touch. We can, I'll help you brainstorm. My fiance is one of the most successful branding people in the world. And you're so gifted. I'd like to really see the world get your gifts. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah. And I didn't hear, actually, I'm having a little bit hard time hearing. I didn't know how to get in touch with you.
Oh, my name is Perry, P-E-R-I, Lyons, Lyons. So Perry like in Periwinkle, Lions as in lions, tigers, and bears, but with a Y. And I'm on Facebook. All right, my love. I'm going to take Hazel, who's been waiting patiently, but keep in touch.
Thank you.
And you're very gifted. I'm very grateful you called. Okay? Be good.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, love. Take care. Bye-bye. Wow, how exciting. How cool. Okay. Hi, Hazel. I love that name. Love that name. How are you today? Hazel, my love, are you there? Hazel, my love, though I spend my days with contemplation. Okay. Ooh. I know a lot of people call into the show who have healing abilities. If this is a gift you feel you have or an intuitive gift, I would recommend just studying anything that comes your way. You can buy the book, Theta Healing, Theta, by Vianna Stibal, Stibal. There's a lot of, the thing to start with is every morning to tune into unconditional love. Because if you want to do this work, tuning into your own unconditional love for yourself and for others really helps. What I recommend in order to do this is just laying in bed, and if you have, a lot of people find their pets are the best way to sort of access unconditional love. So if you have a pet, maybe grab that pet, unless it's a heavy pet and will crush you to death, in which case don't. But grab the pet or think about the pet and then feel that unconditional love and send it to yourself and to everyone around you And then to anyone like in your immediate vicinity who needs it. Another way to access unconditional love is to think about your kids or to think about anything that makes you feel that kind of expanded, loving, like just good. That's a really good way to tap into your psychic self. Another thing is to trust yourself. And when you get like a little sideways flash that you don't even know you're thinking, like peripheral vision, sort of train yourself to start taking note of that. When I was first starting out, I would have these like feelings, and I wouldn't take them seriously because they were just like little flashes, like take the keys or take an extra set of keys. Or one time I was in like a CVS a few years ago, about 10 years ago. And this was back when I used to dye my hair red. And I was in the CVS getting some like Clairol Caribbean red or something. And a little voice in my head said, buy some baby wipes. I'm like, what? And the voice said, buy some baby wipes. And I said out loud, like, I'm not going to buy any friggin' baby wipes. And the security guard was like, are you okay, miss? And I was on my way, I also sang, to meet with a club owner about a date. So my makeup was all great. And I walked out of the shop having not bought baby wipes. And I was standing on the sidewalk, and this young woman was talking to her mother. She had an ice cream cone, and she gestured with her ice cream cone. And the ice cream cone went bloop and landed right here. And my makeup started dripping. And if I bought the baby wipes, I would have been able to wipe that off. However, I didn't listen to my inner voice. I had to go straight to the meet with a club owner about my gig of looking like somebody who'd just gotten a bunch of ice cream and were wearing non-ice cream proof mascara. So listen to your inner voice. If you have doubts about your inner voice, one thing I like to do is just check in with literally my gut or my tummy. I'll just go straight down and be like, okay, is this the right decision? I mean, I always ask my guides, but it took me a long time to learn to listen and identify my guides. So I'm going to say, start out with your gut. And just maybe keep a little notebook, or for most people, keep track on your phone of, for instance, what little ideas you have, and what impulses you have. And just note, like, if you have a little voice back here, start listening to it. Okay, now we have Michelle in Port Richey, Florida. Hey, Michelle, great to have you here.
My birthday?
Yeah, thanks.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 11/21/69.
Ooh, Sagittarius.
I know.
And
I know.
Very cool. And we love that. Okay, so let me see what's going on. Would you like me to address the specific problem? Because it feels like you might have some. Well, there's a little romantic thing going on here that you'd like to know about.
A little bit of romantic thing.
Yeah.
Like what? like a husband? That's romantic.
Would you rather talk about your job? Or have me do like an overview? Yeah. Your job?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, obviously you work in an office. It feels like you're where you sit is kind of in the middle of the office, but you report to somebody. If I'm at your desk, you report to somebody to the right. Is that right? Who has an office over here?
No, I work on a machine. I'm sorry.
You work what?
I work on a machine.
What?
A machine.
You work on a machine?
Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes it's a little hard for me to get something if it's not sort of in my sphere of knowledge. Okay, hold on.
It's okay. Okay.
Are you a mechanic? You work on a machine? I've never gotten it before. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a contact machine.
I'm sorry, it's a what machine?
It's called a contact machine that puts you have to do a board, and it punches and cuts the board, and that's what I do. I work at a manufacturing.
Oh,
place.
Cool. Do you have?
Yeah.
Okay, then it feels like, because I've got about 2 minutes, so I'm going to talk very fast. What it feels like is that you're not getting a certain amount. You feel frustrated. It feels like you're not getting a certain amount of recognition from whoever you work for. I still feel that this boss does work in that office that I was seeing. So, because it was pretty clear. It feels like, if you pardon the expression, it's a middle-aged man who doesn't have much imagination, but he's very good. He's kind of small-minded. And there's also a woman who is a little difficult. People don't understand what you do. And I think there used to be more people who do what you're doing at this job, and that made it easier. But it looks like it might be down to you and maybe one other person. Is that correct?
Yes.
Good. Okay. The people who used to be in charge are not in charge anymore. The people who are now in charge, they just don't get what you do. You might have to, I think you're going to have to tell them, and you're going to have to be really proactive here, because otherwise they're going to keep ignoring you and keep dismissing you and not pay you what you're worth, because they just don't get it. It's like they really, I have no words to express how much they don't get it. So we have about 30 seconds. I'm going to talk really fast. Listen up. I would like you to get in touch with the big boss. I would like you to put together a presentation that shows what you do, how important it is to the company, how it directly affects sales of what the company manufactures, which is a lot of sales. And without you, that wouldn't happen. They don't know that. They're taking you completely for granted. So arrange possibly 2, maybe 3 meetings. And you're going to have to really almost sell yourself, but it is going to be successful. I would do it within 6 weeks, maybe do it right before the holidays so they can have time to think about it. But they need to know, and they don't. And if you can do it in a way that slightly humiliates the people who have been such jerks towards you, I'd be okay with that, but do it subtly. Got it? Mm.
Okay. So you want me to...
I want you to be proactive because, I want you to do something to bring attention to what you do. Organize, if you can organize a meeting with everyone, perhaps, and just make sure that they, don't, it's not in your nature to be mean or aggressive or confrontational, but perhaps you could do something. Maybe you could say, hey, I'd like everybody to be educated about what we do because I think they'd really enjoy it. Maybe you could do that, or you could put together a fun presentation. But the thing is, these people don't have a clue. They don't have a clue of a clue. When the clue phone rings, they don't even answer it. Okay? And so it's going to be, unfortunately. Yeah, good. Yeah.
Will I ever get more than what I am getting right now? Because
yes. Yes. As I said, in the next 6 weeks, it's going to be, unfortunately, you can't wait for them to notice you anymore. And I'm sorry, it's not the kind of advice I like to give, but if you do something to say, hey, we'd like to do an event that illustrates what this machine does because it's really cool. It's like magic. And this is how it contributes to everybody's productivity and to the company. And this is the money that we help you make. You're going to have to point that out because nobody's going to do it for you the way things are right now. I'm sorry, but be proactive and then you'll get a lot of attention. I've got 15 seconds. Call me back next week or get in touch with me. But seriously, and you can find this on YouTube. Go back and watch it on YouTube starting tomorrow because I'm here. It's helpful and I'm right. All right, my love. Thank you for calling. I'll be back next week, Wednesdays at 9 p.m. live. Perry Alliance, New York City, Celebrity Psychic, Moonstruck TV. You can catch us on Apple TV. And we're in many continents and we love you. Okay.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Divine Guidance with Angel Tuzigno. Live from CrystalClear101.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv.
This is Divine Guidance
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Angel's Divine Guidance. All right, let's get a little bit of housekeeping done here. Okay, next week I'm going to be in Grand Forks, North Dakota. Yeah, so look for me, guys. The following week, I will be in Thunder Bay from September 18th to the 22nd at the Airplane Hotel for the Galaxy Psychic Fair. Come on down and say hello. All right, so in my travels, I have been meeting quite a few people and dealing with quite a few spirits. And I've been getting a lot of the questions on what's the difference between a psychic reading and a mediumship reading. So I thought I'd just do a little bit of clarification on that. A psychic reading is a two-way connection between you and the psychic reader, okay? A psychic picks up information about you from your aura, and by using divination tools like tarot cards, oracle cards, crystal balls. Some people use runes. There's different tools that can be used, okay? A psychic reading is all about you, who you are, where you've been, where you are in your life at the present, and the potential that exists around your future going forwards, okay? A psychic reading does not involve your loved ones in the spirit world. A mediumship reading is a three-way reading between you, the medium, and the spirit world, and relies on the evidence provided by the communicator through the medium to prove evidence of life after death. A medium can communicate with your loved ones in the spirit world. A medium is able to bring proof of life after death through the evidence they provide during the process of a private reading. It's important to come to the reading with an open mind. Leave your precognitive expectations at the door. If you would like to receive the best reading and experience possible, it's a good idea to have a few questions to begin with, or specify focus on your reading. Your focus may be current life issues of love, health, work. They're just a few. Or to connect with loved ones on the other side. But once we begin, please allow the spirit to guide the reading and the process. The medium cannot control the spirit world, and neither can you as the client. The most important thing to remember about this process is that the spirit world does not yield to the rules and the laws and the reason and logic that we live by here in the physical world. This is not a rational, logical process. There is a whole new set of rules out there in the spirit world than here in the physical plane. Okay? Neither I nor you can control this. If we try to, the energy is going to be drawn back from the spirit, and it's just going to make the reading a lot more difficult, and it's going to interfere with the energy flow. Okay? It's very common that some information that comes through in the reading may not make sense, okay, to you at the time of the reading. Please do not dismiss anything that is given to you, okay? I receive countless emails, telephone calls, texts of people who validate information that I've given them that didn't make sense to them at the time, but they will contact me later and say, hey, you were dead on. It didn't make sense, but what you said did happen. Okay? Remember, okay, that spirits have a way of dismissing that by bringing through information that you have no knowledge of at the time of the reading, but later you find out to be accurate. They will often bring through events or signs to you that are going to be made visible to you in the future. So they're basically going to give you a piece of information that you nor I know anything about that will come true in the future. And you're going to kind of go, oh, that's what it was meant when she said what she said and I didn't get it. Okay? This just gives you more of a validation of the whole experience was real, and more importantly, that it was really connecting with your loved ones. Okay? Because we as mediums have no control as to the information we get. Okay? They will give us information and we do the best of our capabilities to deliver it to you the way they wish it to be delivered. And sometimes it doesn't make sense to you or me. Sometimes it just really does not make sense to the medium, but it really makes sense to you as the client. So ensure that you take your time, okay? And if you can, if your medium will allow you to record it, or they may record it for you, then you can play it back and get more of an understanding of the whole thing. Because it's a lot to take in when you're doing a reading and you're getting a whole bunch of information just flown at you, because some spirits have so much to say that they just give the information, and you get overwhelmed, okay? So as I normally do, I pull the card, and this week's card for everyone watching is the Transcending card, okay? So know that we have to honor our inner force, okay? They're giving us steps and signs. So the energy is really high right now, everybody. So no, you're not hypersensitive. That's just the energy coming in right now. So just learn to dance with the universe. Just learn to take on the energy, go with the flow, accept it, stay calm, and just sort of say, okay, where are we going with this? And can we slow this down a little bit? Let's just kind of move on and go through with it. Okay? So I see we have our first caller. We have Lindsay in Rockford, Illinois. Hi, Lindsay.
Yes. Hello.
How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
How are you? I'm actually doing quite excellent. I had a nap today, believe it or not.
Me too.
I didn't have to fly in. I didn't have to fly in and get set up for the show right away. I got a nap.
That's wonderful. A little power nap.
Okay, so I got your card. Yeah, I got your card, which is the Divine Alchemy card. Okay?
Wow.
So this card is more for you to start moving beyond your current challenges and start focusing in on what you truly, truly want. Okay? So they're kind of showing me that you've had some ups and some downs. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. That's going to start leveling itself out once you focus in on what is it that you truly want, okay? They're giving me the feeling like you're throwing a whole bunch of stuff out to the universe that you're wishing you could have or do or want, and you're just like rapid firing it out there.
Okay? I am. I actually have a very specific question on career, if you could answer that too.
Yeah, I was going to come to that one.
Okay.
That's
I always
one specifically. That's the one specifically that they want you to really sit down, okay? And what is it that you truly want to do?
I want to know if I'm going to have a book deal and if it will happen this year.
Could you repeat that, please?
I want to know if I'm going to have a book deal, publish a book, and will it happen this year?
No, it's not going to happen this year. Sorry, I know you want it to happen, but you don't quite have everything in the ducks in a row yet. Okay? They're showing me that you have the book written, but is it just your first draft?
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah, you're going to have at least 3 or 4 more drafts. Like, you're really going to have to work with your editor. Do you have an editor yet?
No, I have 3 different people I'm in contact with. I'm hoping one of them will pick me up.
Okay. Yeah, you are, but it's going to be into the new year.
Okay.
Okay. You might even have possibly 2 that are going to be really interested in your book, because it seems like it's going to be a telltale, all very interesting, pick up the book and you're not going to put it down till you're finished reading it.
Exactly.
Okay. But they're showing me that there's a lot of editing. Now, my piece of advice to you, when I did my first book, in the 90s, the editor was trying to change my wording, if that makes sense. And the way they were changing it, it just wasn't coming out the way that I was trying to say it. So you have to make sure that you're going to find an editor that understands what you're trying to say, so that they don't change too much of your book, okay? You have a lot of useful information in that book, okay?
Yeah.
That is going to benefit a lot of people, okay?
Absolutely.
Now, be prepared, because with the right, are you going to self-publish this, or are you hoping to get a publisher, period?
I would think to get a publisher.
Okay, is this a self-help book?
This is a story of what happened to me, a tragedy.
Okay, so I want you to check into Hay House.
Okay.
All right?
It's actually
they
about
have some
spiritual warfare and my development of quantum healing.
Yeah. So I want you to try and connect with Hay House, and they do have a writing course in there, and they do have a section for where they have publishers that will probably be very interested in that book. Okay.
Okay.
Now, once you get that publisher picking you up, girl, be prepared to do a lot of traveling and book signing.
Really?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's going to be a good one. And start thinking about book number 2, because I see you got at least 3 books in you of in the self-help area of helping people. You've been through a lot in your life. You've got a lot of what I call street knowledge. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Like there's book knowledge, going to university, having all your book knowledge, but the street knowledge is actually walked the walk and did the talk. So you're talking through experience, so people can really connect to you on it.
Absolutely.
Okay. So that's coming down with them. What I was saying, you really have to sit down and really figure out what it is that you truly want to do. Okay. Because you're throwing out too, like, I'm not discouraging you from putting stuff out into the universe. We all need to throw stuff out into the universe, but you're going to kind of have to make your priority list.
Yeah.
What is
at the same time, I've thrown out to the universe that I want to start doing gallery readings, because I am a psychic medium myself.
Well, girl, it's going to happen. But I think it's going to happen. You can start doing it now. and kind of getting your name out there. But once you get that book published, everything's just going to blow up for you.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So when you're doing in your book, okay, you can work in there on you being the psychic medium, okay, which would lead into your second book. Okay?
Okay.
If that makes sense. Because you've got some stories to tell about being a psychic medium.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Good and bad.
So just kind of on the side, just write that down, and that's going to be kind of your second book when you're completed this one. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Now, they're telling me you have another question.
I don't think so. I think that was about it. Only thing I can think of is I'm going to Chicago this weekend to see a spiritual speaker, and I was a spiritual speaker rather, and I was hoping to make a connection with her, but I'm not sure. It's a big group.
I'm afraid you're not going to, but you are going to get some experience out of it. Okay?
Oh,
so it is a good workshop for you to do, and there is going to be some experiences that you're going to get. So be prepared to take notes. See if they'll let you record. Okay?
Oh,
all right.
That. Okay, good.
Yeah, and that question that you've been asking your grandma on the other side, she says, yes, it's coming.
Okay, great.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Bye, Seema.
Bye-bye.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, we have Seema in Miami, Florida. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you very much. Okay, so I got your card, which is the soul expression. Or maybe I should back that up. Okay. So with this card, your consciousness is starting to expand, and you're starting to get a lot more connections. Okay. Have you been getting a lot of dreaming happening lately?
Not really.
No?
I don't remember much.
Okay. Well, there's a trick to that. Okay. When you go to sleep at night, you have to ask the universe that sort of basically that you're open, ready, and willing to receive and remember any and all dreams that are in your best and highest good. Okay? Because you're starting to awaken your gifts. All right? So there's going to be kind of things that are going to be happening that you're going to kind of go, what's going on here? So just know that your consciousness is starting to wake you up.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Kind of.
Kind of. Okay. Do you have any questions for me, or do you just want general?
We can start with general. It's fine.
Okay. Let me just get. Oh, yeah. You do have some nice energy, girl. Yeah, and you are very gifted.
Thank you.
Okay. It's just more for you to start developing those gifts. Okay. You're definitely a psychic. All right. Now, do you see things from the side, and when you look, nothing's there?
Sometimes I do. Years ago I used that, but
Sometimes?
lately not really much. Yeah.
Okay. So that's you seeing spirit. Okay. So you can choose to develop the mediumship part if you wish to. Okay. But I would start working on the psychic. I would start working on following my gut instinct, that little feeling in the bottom of your stomach that you get. Okay. And start playing with your team. All right?
Okay.
They're waiting to help you in developing this. You just got to start playing them. So play games, asking them for a parking spot at the front door of the next place that you're going to. Start playing with them and understanding it. Start meditating. They want you to meditate. So just go on YouTube and find a meditation to meet your spirit guides. It's free.
Right.
And start meditating and getting connected with them, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Now, what's going on with work? They're showing me that there's a shift coming. Is somebody leaving?
I am currently not working, and I've been looking for a job for this year.
Okay, that would be the shift in work. You are definitely going to be getting a job offer. Okay? Because they're showing me that a shift, and they were showing me sort of an up and over. And usually to me, when they show me that, that's a place where somebody's leaving work and you have a chance to move up into that position. So seeing that you're not currently working, that means you have a job offer coming. So there's going to be an opening for you. You just have to start following your gut, okay? They also want you to get more specific on what is it that you really want to do for a job. Okay?
Well, I've been applying everywhere.
Yeah. But what do you truly want to do? Like they're showing me that you're applying everywhere because you need the money, but you're not really truly set into wanting to really have that job. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. I'm just looking for a job that will carry me for the next couple of years because I'm finishing my degree, my bachelor's degree in meditation.
So you're going to have to then be a little more specific, okay? Because you're setting off the vibe that you need a job for only 2 years, okay? So they're going to get more, they're going to be more picky on what they're going to give you for work because they're going to start looking for work that just wants temporary, all right? So you want to get a little more specific. You want a job because you need X amount of dollars per month. Okay? What is going to be your goal from that job? And you have to start narrowing it down. And then they're just going to start firing you jobs more than just at McDonald's or at A&W or at Timmy's or at Starbucks. They're actually going to find you a job that's going to actually coincide with what your future plans are. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand that.
So you need to get a little more specific.
There's a company that that I did an interview for, and I didn't get the job because they said I was overqualified, but that's the company I really wanted to work with. So I sent my resume in again through someone else to see if I can still get in there.
Don't rule out that job that you really want, okay?
Okay.
Just keep applying. Even if they're telling you that you're overqualified, you need to get your foot in the door. You need to have that interview. You then need to do a follow-up letter thanking them and telling them how you would really enjoy looking forward to working with them. Okay? Because a lot of the times they look and they say, okay, this person's really overqualified. They're not going to stay here long. They're looking for somebody who's going to be more permanent. And that's coming back to what I was telling you about. If you're saying you just want a job for a couple of years, you're not going to be permanent. So the universe isn't going to give you the job that you want because they want somebody permanent. Get it?
Yes, I get it.
Okay. So just keep reapplying with that same job, but also apply at other ones that are pretty close to it. but you have to change that frame of mind that you're not just staying in that position for 2 years. Okay?
Okay.
Now, what's going on with your health? Okay? They're bringing your health up to me. Have you been quite stressed lately?
Yes, I've been stressed, but also I have a hormonal imbalance. I went to the doctor and they gave me medication.
Okay. I think if you can get, I'm not saying get off the hormone medication that they gave you because I'm not a doctor, but they're showing me that if you can wrangle in the stress and find a different angle or force to get rid of your stress, whether it's jogging, whether it's biking, whether it's kickboxing, swimming, that you're going to be able to balance your hormones naturally along with a proper diet, because they're kind of telling me that you're not eating healthy.
Yeah, I'm not. Honestly, I'm not.
Okay? Yeah. So you're going to need to look at your diet and exercise. Okay?
Yeah.
Now, you could probably... Yeah, I'm just trying to think here. You also need to start doing a little more for yourself, okay? You do a lot for other people, and you're putting yourself too far at the back of the line, which is also creating you stress. So you need to carve out a little more time for you, whether it's a salt bath, whether it's just sitting by candlelight, listening to music you enjoy, whether it is just blasting the rock music you enjoy and busting a move in your kitchen or your living room, just go for it. Okay? You got to start giggling a little more and laughing a little more. Okay?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now, that question that you've been putting out to the universe, it's coming. They have to switch a few things around for you. Okay?
Okay.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. It's time for Persian Medium I Am Power with Persian Medium Fiona.
Persian Medium Fiona.
Live from PersianMedium.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Persian Medium I Am Power on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Global Entrepreneurship Initiative. I'm excited to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Thea Johansson, who's better known as the Persian medium and subconscious mind surgeon. She's a multi-talented motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium, an author who works closely with law enforcement to help locate missing people and solve difficult criminal cases with detectives and as well as private investigators. Throughout her career, she's helped thousands of people identify personal roadblocks to help them truly believe in their own path to success, whatever that dream may be. Her greatest passion in life is helping others achieve their ultimate dreams and desires, teaching people to believe that truly anything is possible. Please help me welcome to the stage, Ms. Thea Johansson.
Well, hello, everyone. I love the spirit in this room. Really, I do. You guys having amazing spirits, which actually helping millions of people so far. As Nick said, my name is Thea Johansson. I'm a medium and subconscious mind surgeon. I will share a couple of my stories of my life, which both kind of funny, at the same time a little bit hurtful, but good to know about how the medium could feel sense as a person. I was at the age of 7.5 when I found that I have some sort of power. Of course, first it was kind of odd, a little bit difficult to understand myself, and I kind of like felt something is not correct with me because I could see, feel, and sense things before things happened. I went to my mom and asked, "What's wrong with me?" "Nothing, you're good." "Should I take you to the doctor?" "No, I don't know, but I can feel and sense that something crazy is going to happen to my grandma," example. "Something is going to happen to my uncle," and all this stuff. However, they're trying to tell me to don't say anybody when you feel and sense something bad is going to happen to them, because I don't wanted them to be scared and see that we should not be even near them. So I says, okay, at the age of 7.5, I should just like not saying anything and just relax. At the age of 11, I found one of the most hurtful untruths about my life, which was completely true. I found out that my grandma, who actually I knew and I felt as a mom, is just my grandma and not my mom. My grandpa was my grandpa and not my father. My uncles, they never been my brothers and they've been just my uncles. And my mom, not ever been my sister, and she always been my mother. But this truth been always held and hidden by my family until my grandma passed away. Before that, I had a life as a princess, spoiled completely, and they would definitely give me anything and everything that I want. After she passed, I figured I don't have anyone anymore. My mom is too young. I don't have no feelings as a daughter and mother connections. I feel completely lost, and I found myself, what should I do now? I do have some gift that could help me so far, but should I just like push myself down and see that, oh, this is a trauma. I have to just like be depressed. Now I lost this and that, and I found the truth about my life. And I found about my father. Who is my father? Somebody. Where is he? Another country. Okay. I tell myself, get up, stop it right now. It doesn't matter which family you had. It doesn't matter what they told you. It doesn't matter what happened. What it matters right now is to open the new chapter in your life. And I will completely left alone by myself without anybody to taking care of myself. At the age of 14, I asked my uncle, who left Iran to Stockholm, Sweden, if there is possibility to take me there. He said, maybe or maybe not, but I would do my best. 3 months later, I felt and I sensed I will be there. I'm not belonging in this country anymore, and I don't want to. I went to Sweden, Stockholm, and waited that my uncle is going to come and pick me up. Nobody showed up. Gosh, again, I'm here. My uncle is not here, and I don't even know that language. I couldn't speak English, nothing. Okay. Then, Miss Fia, you are here with nobody again. So what happened? I tell myself, you are deaf and you are blind. Deaf and blind. What a deaf and blind person can do? I can't talk to anybody, I can't see anything, but I have to activate some other power inside of my body again at the age of 14. So I tried to communicate with people, try to talk or communicate with some officers and ask about, like, where am I? I know that I'm in Stockholm, but I don't even know where to go. So basically, I found some hotel and stay there and just like think about like what happened with my uncle. So I found out that he had a car crash almost a couple of hours before that he went to come and pick me up. So they take 1 month for me and for him to recover. They came out after coma and come and find me. So in 1 month, I was left over in a country with the minus 30 degrees. I mean it, minus 30 degrees, and I'm not joking. I could feel that I can't breathe sometimes, but I could have a lot of, ice in my nose and my ears and everything. Whatever I felt, you know what? Fia, you do have a power. Trust yourself, believe in yourself, build the new chapter. Again, this is your second chapter in another country. So I prayed, I connect to my divine, I sense, and all of a sudden, 3 families, without even knowing who they are, what they are up to, they reach out to me out of nowhere. How? I went out to the Starbucks, but basically there is no Starbucks. It was something, looked like or similar to Starbucks, and saw some lady that's sitting there and crying. I went and said, well, I can't speak. What should I say? Okay, the only things that I can do is a love language. Maybe I should hug her. Maybe I should just like say, I'm here. And it was a Swedish girl, of course, blondie. And I'm kind of like a black hair. Well, but maybe she's going to get scared a little bit. But I was like, don't worry about it. Just go and get it done. So I did that. And she hugged me so hard. Was like, what's going on? What's happened to you? She's starting to talk. I couldn't understand. Barely nothing. Swedish language? Come on, guys. You guys don't want to even learn. It's very difficult and very hard. I said, okay, it's just continue and continue. I felt and see that she lost the baby, or actually the baby was missed in the past of almost 4 years. And she basically went to the family and asked questions about like, where can I go? How can I find? Because it was in another state, and they come back to the Stockholm, and then she all of a sudden just break down. I said, I can help you. I feel where the baby is, or somehow I can see the baby. They didn't understand what I'm saying. I was like, oh my gosh, what should I say? It's like translating. I do remember that day. So basically after almost 2 hours, some Persian family, they could actually speak my language, finally Persian, so they could understand exactly what I'm talking, because they've been closest friend to that Swedish family. My career started at the age of 14 in Stockholm. Just 2 months after, I landed in this minus 30 degrees of country. So my point is, whatever I had in my life, I always been thankful and grateful. I never said why I don't. I never said why me. I never said how. I always say, come on, get up, find a way, go, that's it. So never give up. And I always learn myself, don't be logic, be biologic. Because that's the only way you can feel and sense yourself and others. Always send love and receive love. Never give up about your goals. And of course, the first month, because I did not have enough money, I lived with almost 120 crackers and waters. And it's possible. As a human, we can live with 120 crackers and water every day, which I did because I did not have money, no place to go, countries with no language. Then after that, I felt like I have to build my company. I built my company almost 3 years later. It was about like $4.5 million company with almost 55 Swedish employees. And what I did that, not just helping police officers and private investigators and all this stuff, I did this because I felt that Swedish people rejected me one after each other. Why? Because I'm come from another country. I said, you know what? I make a decision now. I am going to build my own company, and you are going to pick me to hire you. This is me now, Fia Johansson. So now I'm not going to be a blondie lady, but I'm going to be the black hair lady with a lot of power of veal. So my veal power make my company became super successful back in Stockholm. Almost 8 years ago, I felt that I have to move to America. I find my love of my life. And when I come here, I felt, okay, you left your country the way that you love, basically after so many years, and now you want to just start from scratch. So I knew about 5 languages already, but my English was not good at all. So I couldn't barely speak English. I was like, okay, start it again, Miss Fia. Now this time, maybe English is much easier than and faster than Swedish. So that was all I had. And now I have over $5.5 million, almost $6 million company, and actually have over 250 employees worldwide that are working for me in America. So everything is possible, even you don't know about the language. So remember that, deaf and blind always will help you and send love and passion to yourself and anything and everything you want. Everything is possible. Naturally to me, I never decide for any of those messages. The only responsibility that I have is that I have to deliver the messages.
What was your reading like in Persian medium? Oh my God, I love her. So I actually had a moment with her when she was walking in. She came by our table for water, and it was just like, whew. That's how I felt.
Are you gonna like come back from work?
Oh yeah.
You're not even leaving. It was all kind of things I kind of knew. I felt intuitively guided. It's nice to feel her tap into those deeper places and I guess reveal hidden places that I sense and feel, but have her kind of present them.
She said, I'm going to meet a man who's going to come right through me. It's been quite a while, and if that happens, I'm going to be in huge debt to her.
This was a great reading today because it lifts my spirit. Spirits have been depressed for a while because of adverse happenings going on. I'm very pleased about that.
I went to her workshop yesterday, and it was awesome. Yeah, then I got her book, so I'm excited about that.
Well, this is the only reading I've done, and it's the only reading I would do. And it's because I just know that.
She told me things that I already knew. And then she also told me things that I was surprised at. Like, she could read me. Like, things I was in denial of, she was actually reading what I was in denial of. So it was wonderful. It really happened.
I didn't say a word. She just knew exactly how I felt about it.
You know, she's absolutely right. So it's kind of like you have the answers inside somewhere, and she kind of validated what I was thinking.
If you are a person that trying to, make your sense or see your sensualities in your emotion, your vision, imagination, your subconscious mind, get close to that power, then you can see, feel, and connect to the spirit.
Hi, welcome back to Times Square today. I am your host, Greg Roulette, and I am very excited for our next guest because she is known as the Persian Medium, the subconscious mind surgeon. She's a motivational speaker, clinical hypnotherapist, and celebrity psychic medium. This is going to be a fascinating conversation with my good friend, Fia Johansson. Fia, how are you doing? Welcome
nice
to the show.
Nice to meet you. Thank you.
I am so excited to talk about what you've been up to because you've been getting some major attention lately, some amazing work with law enforcement. You've recently been featured in Forbes, Wall Street. Like, what's going on? Like, let's just start there. What's been happening with you?
Yeah, I'm shocked too, to be honest with you. Yeah, I'm honored to be featured on Forbes magazine and also co-authoring with Jack and Phil. And at the same time, I find my purpose. And my purpose was about to help others. And I started my career with law enforcement when I was at the age of 17. And I started in Stockholm. And when I came to US, I feel that I have to do the same because I do have a gift. I could help people, 1 million of them worldwide.
Yeah.
And why not? They need me and I need them to make them to feel good, relief. And then every families who reached out to me because of their missing persons, because of a lot of other individual cases, the most important part was if I can bring any relief and any happiness to them.
Yeah.
Which for me was a blessing when I could feel that I could at least actually give them some closure for their thought, their emotional feelings, and then, connection with themselves again.
Exactly. Yeah, families, we need a lot of that right here, right now, today. Why do you think this is all happening now, right? Was it a certain case? Was it just you saying, I need to break? Like, why is all this attention coming your way now? The books, the media, the new business, like, why now?
I've always been around media, but this time, because of a couple of cases that I can't mention because of the security reason, I've been very known, and those cases been kind of huge cases, and Forbes got attention. That was a blessing.
Yeah.
And that was the feeling actually that I had, and then they reached out, they want to feature me, and after that, everything, and I'm actually going to be featured on Wall Street Journal in July.
Wow.
So I had an interview with A1R Radio today. They reached out after they saw Forbes, and it was amazing. People ask me, are you just finding missing people? Or are you kind of like just working with the law enforcement? No, I don't. I actually work with individual cases with people, like when people wants to talk to me and communicate with me, ask me about anything and everything.
Yeah.
It could be their love life, it could be their investments, it could be any other type of the cases, like as a business entrepreneur that they do have. So that's what I do, actually help them out.
So when does someone seek out a medium? At what point in their journey, whether it's for a missing person, for a loved one, for like their own life, when do they seek you out? Are you the last resort to help give me closure to the case, or are people starting to really see the value in bringing you into a case early?
Definitely when all the cases are starting, so they know already about like what's going on around that case. But sometimes it's very hard to put all the puzzles together to find that specific person or that specific crimes. So that's why, especially cold cases, so that's why when I came in the middle, I'm receiving those messages, I'm connecting, and at the same time, I help them to put more puzzles together and more communication with people, and that would make them to succeed faster.
Now, is this something that law enforcement has been using for forever? Is this something new to them?
It's not something new. CIA actually used psychics for so many years, and also other law enforcement also using psychic. Google using psychics, and but it's not every person. So you have to have a talent, you have to have a gift, and they are not a joke. If you are not deliver, if you are just pretending or acting, nothing good is going to happen. So you have to have the gift, you have to have a talent, and they want to see the proof and test.
Yeah.
And believe me or not, I think and I believe so strongly, law enforcement, they do have some psychic abilities by themselves because they knew what's going on, but they're not really believing in their inner voice or their thought and subconscious until they get in connect, example, with me. And I'm just like, well, you already found it, but you pass it down. Why? Because you doubted about it. So we do all have we are based on energies. We pick up energies, we're receiving energies, but we have to listen and we have to connect with that energies.
What do you think it is that makes you unique? Like, why do they bring you in for these cases?
Because I'm stubborn and because I'm telling law enforcement what to do and not to do. And if they are not listening, I'm getting out from the room. And they know me. People who actually worked with me in the past, they know I'm real and I'm serious. People who may just shaking hand with me just because of other sources that have been interviewed or introduced by. So then they kind of like, it takes time for them, maybe about 24 hours or 48 hours to get to know me. After that, they would say, well, whatever you says, yes, we do.
I love that. And the stubbornness is taking you to really good places
yes.
right now. I love it. Where do you want this to go? Like, so the writing the books, the getting the attention, working with law enforcement, working with, like, where do you see yourself growing this?
I have no roof. There's no roof for me. And as long as I can help other people, that's exactly what life is. I mean, I think I do have a gift just because of one purpose. Just be there for people and let people bring love and happiness to you. And as long as I know and I feel and I breathe, I would love to help as many as I can. So people who want to talk to me about their personal issues, because I'm a clinical hypnotherapist too, so I'm removing addiction, any type of addictions with hypno.
Yeah.
I'm also actually having master degrees, psychologist master degrees from actually University of Stockholm. So basically, I can do a lot for people as far as I did all my life. Like at the age of 7.5, when I found about my abilities.
Yeah.
From that time until now, everything is just rock for me.
I love that. Now, this is a fun question we ask everybody on the show. If you could go back in time, right? So whether this is you just starting your business, maybe it was when you were young and you found out these abilities, if you could give yourself a piece of advice, knowing now what you know and where this has taken you, what would you tell yourself?
Be your own leader. Lead yourself and always be yourself. Never try to pretend to be somebody. Never try to change yourself just because someone or somebody or some country wanted you to be. Bring your unique personality. Tap into your talent and energies and just bring inspiration to people. When we are sending love and inspiration, we are receiving the same.
Yeah.
So just be yourself, be happy, and be thankful.
I love that. Now, if someone is watching this right now, and I know they are, and they're like, I need a Persian medium in my life. I need her to help my organization. Like, where can they learn more? Where do they see how you can actually help them?
Sure. I do have a platform named Avid Advice, A-V-I-D. Advice, avidadvice.com. So people can reach out through my avidadvice.com platform. I do have Instagram, Persian Medium, basically. Just type Persian Medium.
Love it.
I have over 1,200,000 followers already, so I would love to have more followers. So, and also avidawakening.com is my place in Corona Del Mar, Newport Beach.
Okay.
But right now, the waiting list is about like February 23rd, 2020. But people who would love to meet me face-to-face, I would say go to fiona@avidawakening.com, send an email, and I will be there for you in no time.
Lots of different ways to learn more, lots of different ways to contact you. Please reach out because she can help you, whether it's getting closure or learning more or getting that insight into what you need to know. Fia, thank you so much for being a guest here
Thank you so
today.
much. Thank you.
Definitely. And we'll be back with more from Times Square today in just a minute.
I'm so excited. I waited forever.
Oh, I'm so excited to have you, Kathy. Thank you so much. So, my love, ask me a question. What you have in your beautiful mind, I'm trying to get connect and channel you and feel the sense and give you the answer that you need. Go ahead, sweetie.
Are you a medium? Can you connect with my mom, Pat, in 2017? Can you connect with her?
Oh, my God, yes. Actually, I get a lot of connection right now. I feel some sort of, I have a warm, strong feelings right now through my neck and my head and a little bit back pain. How she passed and what happened to her?
She died of brain cancer.
Oh, wow. That was the brain cancer. That's why I got headache. Okay.
Yeah.
So I could feel the pressure and I could feel the not feeling good in the head. Okay.
Yeah.
That explains it. That she's also trying to give me some sign, and this sign is all about cooking and some food, something that she basically always wanted or loved it, or something that actually she was always connected to. Okay?
Yeah, cooking. She cooked. She was a really good cook. I loved her cooking, and I missed it now.
Awesome. So remind me also about some necklace or maybe some jewelry that maybe belonged to her.
The wedding ring. The wedding ring. My mom and dad's wedding ring. Can you ask my mom if my house will be mine?
She said yes. She said yes. She actually gave you two answers. She said actually two times yes to you. So that means that everything will go the way as you wish.
I don't need to worry about moving again. This house will be mine.
No worries at all. No worries, no red flags. Your mom shows smile, big smile with happiness and prosperity. No problem on money side, no problem on the physical or emotional side. And even actually, invited you to that jewelry. So that means that you have everything under control. Great.
Tell my mom that I miss her and I love her. I love her so much.
She wanted you to have your main focus on yourself and on your wealth again, and start thinking about yourself and love yourself more than anybody else. She misses you too. She's so proud of you, Kathy. She's so proud of you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl with Tanya Reid. Live from AustraliaPsychicCowgirl.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Australia's Psychic Cowgirl on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
G'day, Tonya Reeves here, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl. Coming at you from Sunday Creek this week. I'm back at home, so yeah, no more outbacking at the moment. So yeah, pleased to be back home, catching up on everything. It's the first couple of days of spring here, so we're getting into the mowing the lawns and doing all the outside stuff because everything's growing at a crazy rate, which is really great. It's really a fun time here, you know, getting over that winter, the coldness of the winter and into the milder weather for us. So we're pretty excited about that. And yeah, so wherever you are in the world, I know you'll be transitioning seasons as well. It's one thing I do love is having the variety of, you know, all the different seasons. I think is a lot of fun. We've got our retreat coming up this Sunday here at our property in Sunday Creek. So very excited. Got a great group of ladies gathering to get together for a wonderful day of retreat, and it will be reflection and healing. And look, it's amazing. The feedback we've got from our first retreat's just been fantastic. So I highly recommend, you know, all of you are from all over the world, but sometimes when we need a recharge, it's really great to have a look around and see what is on offer, and have a look at connecting with others that are like-minded. Because really, even for us to make the retreat a success, besides the fact of holding space, which Jacinta and I do here, Jacinta Feely's an amazing medium and healer as well. And she, you know, her and I work in really well. We both bring different aspects to the table. So it's a great day of, you know, both of us sharing. And we're both very much open books. So we like to share our knowledge and to help everyone tap into their uniqueness, and not only your psychic side, but that inner voice that, you know, is often in the background and encouraging us to step up and do what it is we want to do. And, you know, we have a day where we just allow everyone to embrace their inner uniqueness and really be able to shine and show how much support you have when you get a group of like-minded souls that connect. And, you know, the power in that is amazing. I really can't describe it. It's when you get a group of like-minded together, you know, you can move mountains. And we've had a lot of feedback from ladies that have been to the retreat and have just had the amazing opportunities and things come along. And it's not, you know, that they've done that themselves. It's not really the fact, you know, we don't put our hand up to say we're miracle workers, but we just help you tap into that unique inner voice that you have to do what it is you want to do. And, you know, I want to share that today with my show, to say, you know, as a psychic or as a medium, and when people come and connect, loved ones in spirit are always wanting life to be easy. They want to give you the guidance. They want you to be able to be empowered to do, you know, the best that you can for you, because for everyone it's unique and different. And I find that really fascinating, because we all have different gifts and talents, and it's great to be able to share them with others and get confidence with them. And that's what we do with our retreats. We really facilitate you getting your confidence to know what is right for you, because ultimately you're the best judge for what fits for you, you know. So if something doesn't feel right, we always say, you know, you have to run with that, because you know better than anybody else. And, you know, no matter who you are or what the circumstance is, you have the best inner guide within you. So we love to bring that out and go, you know what, we're going to encourage you to step into that inner knowing, and to start to trust what comes to you is correct. So we all get signs. Again, you know, I say this week after week, but look for the signs if you're feeling a bit lost. Like last week I shared I had a week of reflection and just, you know, really had to step back and reevaluate everything. And I've come out of that now feeling really rejuvenated and ready to step up again. And I needed that downtime, and I needed to have that moment of actually pulling back from things and not be so busy doing everything, and just taking time to be and to actually honor who I am and say, you know what, I can't do everything. And, you know, and I think we all get a bit like that. We get caught up in the saying yes to things and, you know, just overloading ourselves. So for me, you know, I identified that, and the feeling I have now is great relief, and, you know, it's a sense of renewal. So if you're feeling a bit lost or a little bit worn down with things, don't forget to take a breath. And that can mean just stepping out and having some time disconnected from everything and everyone, and just have some time for yourself and reconnect with that inner guidance again, you know, that we all have. So yeah, that's my gift today, is to say to you, you know, take the time for you, and don't forget that you are important, and your well-being comes first. You know, if you're no good, then neither are your children, neither are your partners, neither are the rest of the family, the animals. Everything connects with us. So let's try and honour us first, and that will then allow, you know, all of those around us to be able to connect into that energy, and we can show them how it is to be real and, you know, to honor ourselves. We all have to honor each other and ourselves. So, yeah, I think this ready for the next, 4 months of the year, we need to be aware of that. All right, I'm going to go to my first caller. I have Jessica in Buffalo, New York. Jess, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Oh, your voice just matched the energy I got from your name. I'm like, Jess is so much fun. I wanted to say, do you get called Jess?
I do. I'm so excited.
Cool. Because I'm just calling you Jess, and I'm like, usually that means that is something, some people don't like their name shortened, but I just felt for you, I've got a lot of fun and I've got a lot of exciting things happening. So I'm excited to connect to you and your name. And no doubt we've got some inspiring info for you coming up.
I'm so excited. Thank you for taking my call, and thank you for being of service.
My pleasure.
This is awesome.
No, my absolute pleasure. Jess, can I ask, has there just been a transition for you or a revelation on where you're going as far as your career goes or what you're stepping into?
Yes. Major transition in May there was.
Yeah. It's like, woohoo, because it's like, that's what Spirit's showing me. It's like you've had that movement, so we're already stepping into it. There's been a little bit of self-doubt, and I also want to say don't take on board. I feel like there's somebody around, and maybe this is within your workplace or somebody that might be putting doubts in your mind, but I just want you to override that and go, that's their stuff and it's not yours, because you are ready for this, and you don't need to do major preparation for stepping into, even further ongoing things. You've got that all within you. So don't doubt it. Ride with that. There is something around a little bit more study I see with you, that like a short course or something that you're going to add to your collection. And when I say collection, ordinarily Spirit will show me that as in adding to your toolbox in what you do. What you do is really unique and it has to be done your way, I also have to say. So don't lose that, because that's so cool. You're very different in what you do, yeah? So it's like you've got gifts to share, and it has to be your terms and how you're comfortable with doing it. So I almost feel like you might have been shown how to do things, and you've taken what you've needed, but you know intuitively that what is coming to you, even though it's different to what you've been shown, it's right for you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yeah. No, so don't deviate from that. You're on the right track there. There's also something around money coming in. So I'm not sure, have you, with this change, is there an opportunity in that to bring in more money? Because I just feel like I want to say to you, I've gone from, bringing money in, but now there's more money coming. So it's like I've got extra money to do things with.
There's been a lot more. Yes, it's been more consistent, and there's been an abundance. I've been very grateful.
Yes.
Very fortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that's what I felt like. Oh, there's, and it's like that's the start, but it is going to continue on. So it's like there's more to come as well. But it's just like, when you're in harmony and things are, you're honouring who you are, you can't go wrong. And that's what I feel for you, is it's really important. There's also a lady in Spirit coming around you that connects in with you, and I feel like, I feel like I want to go to a grandmother, but there's somebody that you had a really great connection with. So it's somebody that spent time with you, and almost I want to say she's like your cheerleader.
Yeah. I'm sure there's many
like
there. There's many.
She's quite cheeky. She's got a great sense of humour, but it's almost like she's putting her hand up to say, I'm responsible for this girl. So I feel like with your talents, there's something where it's been passed down in the family, and she's putting her hand up to go, comes from me.
I've taken on her name. I'm not allowed to use my name in my job. So I know who you're talking about. She is responsible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And she's got the sense of humour, and she's like, and I feel like she shows
she gives you signs. So I feel like there's somewhere particular, because she's showing me, I don't know, somewhere, and it's really random, but somewhere you get changed, that she hangs around. And I don't mean that as in she watches you get changed, but it's like there's something around getting dressed up, or I'm changing outfits, and she's around when that happens.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, because she's laughing, and I'm like, why are you telling me that? But she's like, no, you'll understand. So I have to share that. She's really sweet. She's also showing me there's a couple of influential people that are going to be stepping in to help you. So, and these will be, I almost want to go to one being like a bit of a mentor. And I'm not sure whether they're there yet or not, but she's showing me there's two that are really going to help you, propel you to where you need to be. So trust that she's sending them, and she's showing me that with them, there will be signs. So there's things where you'll meet them and go, oh, that relates back to your relationship with her. So she's giving you definite signs on these people being the right ones to help.
Okay. All right. I'll pay.
Okay,
I gotta pay attention. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it's like, I feel like there's an aspect where you'll meet somebody like-minded doing similar to you that will help propel you. And a little bit like how I work in with other mediums, you know, you resonate with some really well, and you do, you know, you work in together and do things together. I see you doing that.
Okay.
Okay. And it might be.
Okay.
Yeah, when she's showing me that, it's like, I don't know whether you've had a negative experience in the past with that, and you might be on the fence, but she's just telling me to tell you it's okay. She's going to send the right one. So I just feel like just be open to that. If they're not there yet, they're not far off stepping in.
Okay, cool. All right.
Okay.
Yeah, I have had past experiences that's why I question it. Okay. Awesome.
Yep. So she's just showing me, but look for the sign. So, you know, it's almost like you'll meet them and go, oh, their name is connected, or their initial is connected, or they live at a similar address or area. There'll be some connection back to her. So just look for that. Even if you're unsure, it's like she's going to give you the signs, because she's very clever, and it's almost like she wants to put her hand up and go, I'm really clever at this, giving you signs. So it's like she's very responsible for those signs. So don't doubt that, I suppose. Like,
okay.
So yeah. So it's like that's a definite. And she does guide you along. And like you say, you have got a lot up there in spirit, but she was the one really wanting to come in and go, I've got a lot to say. She talks quite fast. So that's why I talk fast, but I'm like, I feel like I'm talking even faster, and you haven't had a chance to get a word in, because I feel like that was her as well. And she's not letting me waste time. It's like, you've got to tell her this and tell her that.
Okay. I love it.
So that normally relates to their personality. Does that make sense?
Oh, it totally makes sense. I set the intention before. I'm so grateful that she's stepping forward. This is awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, awesome. I love that. I love how spirit works like that. It's like, and that's what I try and encourage everyone and say, they really are there for our higher good, and they, at any opportunity they jump in to show us. We just sometimes tend to, get sidetracked, so we don't, be as open to the signs. But she's definitely around, and she's one to make it clear she's around. So there's no doubting it's her. And I feel that.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have a last question before I go on to my next caller for me?
I just was wondering what is the guidance about love? Like, is there anything as far as the love department? I know that's such a general question, but
No, that's cool. There's sorry, I have to laugh. She's showing me that there hasn't been anyone good enough yet. So it's like they have to be in alignment with you. So, you're given the signs early when they're not. And I feel like there's, in your past relationships, like that, you've got to totally resonate. And for you, you're very spiritual, you're very connected. You haven't met one that you've had that total resonance with. There's always been a bit of a but, or a bit of a, oh, I'm not sure on that. And it's like she's showing me he hasn't stepped in yet.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And don't, in that, because it's like she's showing me she was particular and she goes, you keep being particular. Don't you worry about that. Because it's like innately you intuitively get that feeling, and it's like honor that, because the one that will step in and the one that she's showing me is quite evolved, and he's quite, how can I put it, he's confident within his skin. It's really important because of what you do. And, the work that you do, you need somebody that's beside you. We don't want someone you have to mother or nurse up or make into something. So this one that steps in, he'll have, I want to say, as us Aussies do, he'll have his shit together. So, it'll be easy.
Yes. Thank you.
So don't compromise, all right? You meet one and they haven't got their stuff together, go next. Just don't, because you're not one to waste time on somebody that's not right. So you're on the right track. Keep it up, but there is somebody that will be stepping in.
All right, my love. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Lovely to connect. Thank you so much, Jess, for ringing in. And keep me posted. I'd love to hear.
Absolutely. Thank you for your gift. Thank you for sharing. I
My
appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Thank you. All right, I better go on to Joanne in North Carolina, the USA. Joanne, how are you?
I'm hanging in there. How are you?
You're hanging in there.
Yeah.
Not too bad. So we're all right. So you're just hanging in there because we've had quite a few struggles. Let me tap into that. There's been okay. Over the last 12 months, there's been a couple of losses for you. Does that resonate? There's something around having things taken.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I just felt like, I'm feeling quite, I feel really unhinged, and I feel really at rock bottom. So it's like things have been stripped away, and I want to say to you that it's no fault of your own. It's like it's spirit are really strongly coming in. Please, please, please don't feel responsible, because you're not responsible, and it's almost like there's a lot of guilt that you're carrying around, and whether that's consciously or subconsciously, it's wearing you down. And it's almost like I feel like I'm carrying a couple of big bags of, like, for me, I liken it to horse feed on my back. So for you, you're carrying this around, and we need to let that go. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so it's time to let that go. And I know it's easy for me to sit here and tell you that, but it's almost like energetically, even if you call in spirit, you've got a male stepping in. Is your father in spirit, can I ask? So we've got a male stepping in. Has your father passed?
Yes, but that's been a while, but I haven't reached the course.
Yep. And so you've had another male that's recently passed as well?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Because it's like I want to say there's the protector who's stepping in for you. All right. There's a J initial around him. So something connected with J. And I also want to reference something around coming up to either an anniversary or something that's like, I even want to go to a few years or a couple of years. But it's like a reference to an anniversary. Does that fit with the male that's recently passed? He's very quiet, I have to say.
I don't know how to answer that. Anniversary?
Yeah, like is it something like an anniversary of a passing, or a what would have been an anniversary had that person still been here? There's just, I feel like I want to reference something, or they're showing me something around coming up. Like I don't feel like I'm heading in September. I feel like I'm going to October, November. There's something relevant about those months with this male spirit. He's very quiet, like he's not giving me a lot. There's something around a reluctance with him coming forward, and it's not that he's not around to support you, but he's a little bit like, I would describe him as being a little bit in the background. So even with his personality, he wasn't one to be full of life, if that makes sense.
Well, actually, he was full of life.
Okay. So is it your father then because it's like with this one, he's in the background, but he's not one to say very much.
Possibly.
Yeah, okay.
And I've had like a husband, I've had a father, but the most recent is closer.
Okay. So you've got a few, because there is a few men up there, okay? You've got a few in spirit. Let me see. Just trying to connect with. Where does the J initial fit? Somebody with the J. Oh, I want to go back to that because it's like that's relevant to who's coming through.
All
right. Who was this? Yeah. Who was a smoker? I feel like I'm smoking.
All of them.
Okay. All right. Who did you specifically want to connect with? If you give me a first name, then I can call them in.
Mikey.
Mikey. Okay. So this is not your husband, though, is it? That's passed? No.
No.
No. Okay. Oh, he's cute. Okay. Does Mikey sit with your son?
He's my son.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thought so. Oh, he's got so much love for you. Let me see. Okay. Oh, he sends you kisses. There's something around when you go to bed of a night time, he connects in with you. And it's like I want to say I'm snuggling. So I'm like, he's showing me, and I'm feeling the emotion here. So please know that, I can't imagine this, but it's like he's coming through showing me he comes to you. And it's like I'm kissing you, like but I feel like it's of a night time. So I'm snuggling up in like I've got blankets and things around, but it's like he comes to you. Do you connect with him there? Because I feel like there's something he's acknowledging, that's him.
Sometimes, yeah.
It's like he's around you, and it's almost like he's constantly there, but he doesn't like to see you sad. So is it of a night time when you mostly allow yourself to get emotional? Because I feel like that's when he steps in to go, it's okay, Mama. He's such a beautiful, can I say, like, I want to just with connecting with his energy, he's very angel-like. So it's almost like he was angelic presence when he walked the earth, because he's still got it, but he's got it extra in spirit.
He wasn't. He is an angel. He's so, everybody loves him.
He was bored like that, because it's like he's showing me I was like that from the beginning. So it was almost like this angelic child that just was, it almost seemed not of this earth, if that makes sense. It's like it's just his energy so he's so unconditional with his love. It's like he just had that energy around him, and it was like from birth this was how he was.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's also something like that he's showing me he lived for the moment, or he wants you to remember that. Like I feel like every day for him was a new day, and he really made the most of things, and it's like he wants you to remember that aspect of him.
Yeah.
As hard as it is through grief. I know that's just there's something around the bike, can I say? He's showing me a bike.
A bike?
Is there a bike? Yeah, something around a bike. I want to go to. Is there a bike of his around, or
a motorcycle bike?
Yeah, I feel like he's making reference to the bike is important.
A motorcycle.
And is that put away?
Yes.
Yeah, because it's like he wants you to. It's almost like he wants you to connect with the bike. There's something around that.
There's something around the bike.
Yep. It's like it's important that he connects with you. Joanne, what I want to do is, because I'm running out of time to really give you all that he wants to give me, I'd love you to connect with me, and I will connect with you over Messenger and continue on the messages from your son. So if you want to shoot me a message, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, Tonya Reeves, I will continue this because it's really important he gets his messages to you, and it's like I just want to do that for you.
Okay, now the message sent to where?
To Tonya Reeves. If you look up, even after this is finished, look me up, Australia's Psychic Cowgirl, send me a message and I will connect with you.
Okay, can you spell that?
Have a look when you go back. Have a look. My name's on the bottom. It's Tonia and then Reeves.
Okay.
All right. Connect with me because I really want to help you here. And you've definitely got an amazing amount in spirit for you. But I'd love to be able to expand on the messages so that you can get some comfort in your grieving, because it's not pleasant and you're doing it really hard. So please connect with me and I will do that for you.
Okay, thank you.
To help you. My pleasure. Okay, thank you. Thank you for calling in and I will talk to you soon. All right, I'm running out of time. Thank you so much, everyone, for connecting. And beautiful Joanne with the loss of her son and hubby and dad, and it's such a hard thing to the grief is I can't imagine with losing a child. That's really hard. Thank you so much, everybody. I'll see you next week, the same time, same place. Thanks, Dave. Signing off.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, Reverend Elliot, coming to you live tonight from the city of New York, where we get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific to look through the magical window. That's what I call the tarot, because tarot cards let people see what's going on in their lives that their senses don't perceive. You want to know what's going on just around the corner of time? The tarot cards can do that. You want to know what people are doing in your life? People may be doing things they don't want you to know. We can look at them. You think maybe somebody is causing trouble in your life? We can examine that person. It's endless. It's endless. The one thing, though, that you shouldn't ask, because, and I'll tell you why, is things like, well, should I sell my house, or should I liquidate my stock portfolio? All that, these are things that you know what you want to do anyway, usually, or you wouldn't be asking the question. But you don't want to take advice like that in a tarot reading of a few minutes. Now, if we did a reading of, say, a half hour, which I do for people, I still wouldn't want you to ask a question like that, because you should never use things like divination, tarot cards, I Ching, runes, to substitute for your own judgment. You know far more about your life than the cards do. What the cards and the associated kind of things can do is give you more information so that you can make a better decision. So rather than say, should I sell my house or should I move? The question is, show me what it would be like if I sold my house now, or show me what the cards say it'll be like if I move now. And then we can take a look at that. It's all about gathering information. That's why I would like to say, you may not hear what you want to hear in a reading, but there's no such thing as bad news. Even if the cards say something drastic, like you're going to lose your job in the next few months, which is something I have yet to see in cards, but hey, it could happen, right? I'm just using that as an example. If the cards say that, at least you can be prepared. So you start making preparations for maybe another job, or you start figuring out what you can do to hang on to the one you've got. There's all kinds of things you can do once you have more information. One of the things that does show up a lot when people ask about work is that there's somebody there working against you. Oh, man, that shows up so much. The offices, come on, we all know what workplaces can be like, hotbeds of intrigue. Doesn't have to be that way, but people like to create drama, and the tarot cards can cut through that. Tarot cards are a set of mystical cards. They were the forerunner of our playing cards, and they do a lot of amazing things. Regular listeners to this show know that quite often people will call me for a reading without telling me what they're interested in looking at, and the cards will get that right. The cards will, the cards may all come out being about money, and that's what was on the person's mind. So we're going to spend some time doing that. I'm also going to spend some time now and then letting you know about a few other things that I do. Some magic work that I do, things that can enhance your life, things that you can use to attain your goals, to clarify your goals, to see if your goal is the right goal. Anytime I do magical work for somebody, I start with a tarot reading, because that way we can see the background of the situation very clearly, and it also gets people talking. That's one of the prime examples of this, is when you ask a question, I'll put down the cards, and we'll discuss what the cards say, and to see how that relates to your life, whether it does or not. Maybe it doesn't, in which case, no big deal. We just shuffle the cards and do it again. Nothing is 100% foolproof. Life would be so dull if that were the case. That's the other thing that I want you to know about tarot cards, is that while they do look at the future, they look at the future the way it is now. The future 10 minutes from now could be entirely different, especially because 10 minutes from now, after a reading, you have 10 minutes worth of new information. So it's fluid. If the cards predicted a future that was going to happen no matter what, I wouldn't want to know. Why would you want to know? If it's going to happen, it's going to happen. But the fact is that we need information to make better decisions, and tarot is a way to do it. It's an ancient art, and one that modern people ignore at their own risk. putting their faith in machines. Come on. These things have been around far longer than computers. But look at this. We're using computers right now to get onto a link to satellites, to get out over the air, to get over the internet, to get into various locations. Oh, it's remarkable that we're using 21st century technology for something that may be 2,000 years old for all we know. Some people think it only goes back to the 14th or 15th century. Others think it goes back to ancient Egypt. So it could be 3,000 or 4,000 years old. It's so many theories about the origin of these mysterious cards called tarot. I love them. They're works of art. I have many decks, and I look at them often. I meditate upon them, and I read with them, and that's what we're going to do tonight. So I am going to ring a bell now 3 times to declare sacred space. Oh, first, before we get into that, before we get into sacred space, if you want to know more about what I do, check out my website. It's magic-works.com, M-A-G-I-C-K, you spell it the old-fashioned way, MAGIC-works.com, magic-works.com. There's like 60 pages of stuff there. I just added a new page. Check it out. It's called Celebrity Horoscopes. I look at the birth charts of a few celebrities. I'm going to be adding more from time to time, and you can always contact me through the website if you have a suggestion to add somebody, anybody famous, anyone in the news, anybody living, anyone dead whose horoscope you want to look at to see what their birth chart was like. Just send it to me. It's easy to contact me at magic-works.com. And I'll add it. Some of these things are just so on the money. It's scary. Let's take a look at it. It's at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Take a look at everything else there if you want. There's stuff there about crystal balls. There's stuff there about magic mirrors and about meditation and organite. There's a nice little substance called organite that can help you. But the celebrity horoscopes, that's fun. That's just a new fun page. There's also a horoscope page with free horoscopes for you. You just go to that page and click your sign, and it'll tell you what your horoscope is every day. So now we're going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And we're going to pull back the curtain on the magical window on this first show in September. Hey, it's getting near Halloween time. We'll talk about that later, too. And Brittany in Grass Valley, California is on. Hi, Brittany. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine. How are you tonight?
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, I hear you fine, yeah. What can I look at for you?
I just kind of want a general, love reading.
Okay, let's see what we've got. I'm going to shuffle up the cards a little bit and cut them. And, oh, that's pretty good. There's some good stuff here. The 4 of Rods, that's a card about a happy home. That's happiness and all the good things in a house, that's filled with love. The Queen of Cups is here. The cups represent romance. I got 2 more cards that are also cups, so that's pretty good. The Queen of Cups means that something is developing, something is in the air. Are you in a relationship now?
No, but I've been seeing somebody for almost a year now. We've been really good friends. But he knows I have feelings for him.
Yeah, and you know something, I think that's exactly what the Queen of Cups is about, because the court cards, each step is it starts off with the Knight. And it goes to the Queen and then the King and the Page. And each step is a step in development, and it gets a little more real. The Knight is the beginning, and then the Queen, it starts to solidify. And the King, it's really taking shape. And with the Page, it's there. So what I'm seeing in the Queen of Cups is that it's starting to really take shape. Now, the 6 of Cups is here. That's an interesting one. That is a card about remembering people in the past. Somebody from years ago in your life, or it could just be that you've been thinking about that, somebody from years ago. But the other interesting card here is it's kind of mysterious, that 6 of Cups, and so is the 4 of Cups. And when it comes to romantic issues, the 4 of Cups means that there is somebody out there who's interested in you who hasn't made it known yet. See, that's
Yeah, that
may
sounds
want to
like
look.
him. Yeah.
Okay, so you want to give him a little extra push, do you? Is that the kind of thing?
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
I think a year is a long time, but it's developing.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get any more insight into this from these cards. Well, the Two of Cups, that's a wonderful, I keep getting cup cards for you, so we're on the right track. The Two of Cups is a card that means there's two meanings to that. It can mean a new relationship, or if you are involved with somebody in any way, it could mean that it's going to reach a new level. So between the the Queen of Cups and the Two of Cups, I think that this is going to start growing. And remember, the Four of Rods is how I started, which means that there's good happiness there. You're going to be doing okay. There's going to be, look, another one. I just pulled the Ten of Cups. All of these cards are about romance and emotion, and Ten of Cups is perfected happiness. So I think that although it's taking time, it's still going to continue to take some time, but it's going to develop. It's going to change, and it's going to become more. It's going to become more like what you want. How's that?
That sounds great.
And the Ten of Cups tells me that when it happens, you're going to be really happy. Both of you are going to be happy. I want to try one more card. I'm going to shuffle it up a bit and see if I can get one more card to just get an overall feeling for this. And I'm being very clumsy today. I can barely get these together. There it goes. And that's interesting. It's the Ten of Swords. That's kind of out of left field. That's a card that looks terrible, but it's good. It just means that if there have been troubles lately, they're over. Have there been any problems with the relationship or in your life?
In my life, yeah, like my kids and I just got an apartment and we were homeless for a couple of months. Like I got out of the...
Yeah. That's the worst. Yeah. Well, let me tell you something. I know people that's happened to, and the stories they could tell their minds would be blown if they knew what it's actually like to be homeless. The Ten of Swords means the worst is over. So this is a good sign then. The Ten of Swords is relating to that. It means the worst is over. And remember, that first card I got was about a happy home.
Yes.
So I think that
so
now
really
that's taken,
with me.
I love these cards when they do that. I mean, the cards really zero in on things. That's telling me to tell you that that now that that's out of the way, that's when you remember the next card after that happy home thing was about the relationship developing. So it may have been hindered in its development during all that. But now I see that that's fine. Now get this. This is beautiful. The Ace of Rods tells me, Ace of Rods. I don't know why I keep saying that. I mean, it said the second time I said Ace. I had the Ace of Cups before, which wasn't there, and the Ace of Rods now, which isn't there. I'm getting a flash, so I'm going to deal with that later. But what I got for you now is as good as that. It's the Wheel of Fortune, and the Wheel of Fortune is about the situation changing. And the next card is the Three of Cups, and that's the cups again. There you go with the emotions and romance. And that means the completion of a matter in plenty. That's the traditional gypsy meaning. It means that you're going to get what you want. So I think it's all fine. Let me tell you about the Ace of Rods, because it didn't show up, but it popped out of my mouth. Now, there's a thing with tarot cards. Sometimes when we shuffle them, a card will fall out. And that's either that means that we're either clumsy or the card just had to get out. And we take very close attention to cards when they do that. Now, a card just popped into my head without the deck, and that was the Ace of Rods. And the Ace of Rods is about a new career and new work, and it's like in the terms of getting your life back together and getting it going again. And that fits in perfectly with what you were telling me. Is there new work coming your way? Okay, so you see,
I'm looking for a job. So,
well, that's the card. The Ace of Rods means that there's a new job in your future.
That's good to know.
And that's just very bizarre, because I was looking right at the Wheel of Fortune and I said Ace of Rods. Now, that's either the weirdest form of dyslexia, or the cards were trying to tell me something, and they were telling me that there's a new job in your future. So things are really coming together for you. And now that other mundane stuff about, a home and being secure and having all the earthly needs met, now you're more free to deal with the emotional stuff. And I think it's coming for you. I really see it coming for you. And I'm not even going to wish you luck, because I see nothing but good stuff coming your way. How's that?
Awesome. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, and congratulations for getting out of that trouble and for getting that sword card that means the worst is over. Thanks a lot for calling.
Yeah, thank you so much.
My pleasure. Bye-bye. Wow, what a fascinating call, and that is something strange, because that doesn't happen to me often, that I look at one card and I mention another one. And there it was. And it turned out Brittany was looking for new work. You're listening to Reverend Elliot, the man whose mistakes even seem to work out okay. Yeah. You can find out more about what I do at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. If you want to know more about what I do, go there and take a look at everything. And there's loads of information there. That's a website that has been moved. I migrated it from a website that is about to die. I've had that other website for so long that it's impossible to upgrade it, because it's a steam-powered website. It's that old. So I moved it over to another site, and all that stuff is there. Take a look at it. It's got a section on Ouija boards. It's got a section on, as I mentioned, crystal ball gazing, and anything that you want with the occult, it's there. And you know why I'm such an expert on everything? Because what I don't know, I'll look up. Don't believe people who say they know it all. Now, that's kind of funny coming from a guy who wrote a book called Reverend Elliot Explains It All. But that was an ironic title. We're all shuffled up now, and we're going to skip halfway around the world to Teresa in New Zealand. Hi, Teresa. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, dear. How are you?
How you doing? I'm fine. What's with you?
I'm a little bit lost at the moment. I'm sort of needing some general guidance.
Okay, let's do.
More along the lines of the love life side of things.
Okay.
I'm hoping that eventually there might be a reconciliation with my ex, but if that's not possible, I'm wanting to know, is there actually somebody new on the horizon? What path should I be taking? I'm just a little bit lost at the moment.
First of all, I think the first question that you asked was, and I pulled some cards while you were talking, and you talk about a reconciliation. I think that's entirely possible, because the first card I got is the Star. The Star is a card of hope and optimism. It's a very optimistic card. Now get this, the next card is the Sun, and the Sun is a card about healing and growth. So the reconciliation, that would involve healing. Was it a sad parting?
More traumatic, more for me. My problem is I see the good in him, even though he has demons he has to face. I'm an eternal optimist. This is the thing. And I don't know if it's a detriment or what.
Well, so you know as an optimist, you know the Star. So you know that card is the card of optimism. I'll tell you, I asked you about the nature of the parting because the card I got is a Three of Swords, and that is a card of sorrow and pain and hurting, and it's generally it shows a broken heart. It shows a heart crying. And it's one of those. It's generally a card of divorce and breakup and that kind of thing. You mentioned that he's got his demons, right?
Yes.
As that when you said that, the card that I pulled out was the Devil. Now that's not a terrible card. That's not like satanic or anything. The Devil card is a fascinating card. The Devil is a very powerful person. The person who is represented by that card is a powerful person, is a persuasive person, he's an attractive person, and you can get what you want from that person, but sometimes there's a very high price. and you have to deal with whether or not you want to use it. This is a card that scares a lot of people. I know some readers who don't even leave that card in the deck when they read for people. They take out that one and the death card because those are two very misunderstood cards. But what I'm seeing here, because you mentioned he's got demons to fight, and I got that card immediately. So I think that that's a message. And it's a matter of what you can put up with and what you can deal with, and maybe you can be a good influence. Now, I've got two more cards here, and I think they're going to answer the question. Well, wow, three. Here's a third one. I'm laughing because these are so on the money. I had this card the moment for the previous reader in California. It's the Four of Rods. That's a happy home. The Page of Cups the Page of Cups is the appearance of a relationship. It's solidified. There is a new relationship coming, or this one. It's hard to tell now, but all these cards do lean towards reconciliation. And here's where the Lover card comes in. You got the Lovers. Now that has its obvious meaning of romance and lovers and all of that, but as a major card, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4 major cards here. So this is a very important issue in your life. The Lovers is a card that means that you have a decision to make. And it's generally it's a crossroads. You can go one way or the other way. Neither way is necessarily better. Some of the old translations refer to it as a choice between the sacred and the profane. I don't see it as that black and white, because that's not a hard choice to make 99% of the time. I think this relates back to the Devil card. Yes, there are demons that he's fighting. How much you want to deal with that and how much you want to put up with it and how much it's worth to you is the decision I think that you're going to have to make. But all of these cards point to you and this other person having a future. The key is it's up to you.
Although we did end on, like, the relationship did end, we are still strong friends, but the hurt that he put me through, it's taken 1.5 years, and the hurt that he put me through, I've actually just faced him up about it. I've finally stood strong, and I'm not walking on eggshells anymore, and I've faced him the truth, because half the time he couldn't remember what he'd said or what he'd done because he was inebriated.
I was going to ask.
So you saying being at a crossroads, I'm very, very much at that crossroads, and I'm sort of, as much as I want reconciliation, that's my problem, is everyone's telling me don't.
Yeah, that's, well,
tell me different things.
The question is, now, the Six of Swords is a card that I like. The Six of Swords is, and I'll leave you with this, because this isn't going to give you an answer of what to do, but it's going to tell you that things are going to work out. The Six of Swords in some decks is called science. It's like in the Aleister Crowley Thoth deck, it's called science, because it's about the mind, and it's about getting from where you are to where you want to be using your own mind and your own willpower. So this is telling me that you're going to make the right decision. Another card I have, which is also cups, is the Eight of Cups, and that's walking away from something that isn't working out and going to something that is working out. And that is the crux of your decision, right? That's what you need to do. So this isn't telling you anything new. Yeah. It's just confirming that the Lover's card is very important here, because while there is a shot at reconciliation, it's up to you.
Okay.
And you're going to make, and what I see here is, 1 minute you're thinking of staying and the other minute you're thinking of not, but then you told us that. The cards are just confirming this. The Six of Swords tells me that you're going to make the right decision. You're going to make the best decision for you. Okay?
Awesome. Thank you so much. That's actually,
Always remember that first card you got was the card of optimism. So you're resonating very well with the card. So just keep following your instincts. I think you're on a good path.
Awesome. Thank you so much from halfway across the world.
Thank you. Thank you from New York City. Bye-bye now.
Okay. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. And we're listening to Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. I say we because I listen too, I mean, I learned so much doing this. In fact, I learned so much that it's one of these little things that tarot readers do, which is we all say, by gosh, one day I'm going to write a book about tarot. And it's going to be the kind of book that I wish I had when I was learning how to do this. And of course, most of us never do. Well, I was like that too, and I had a draft here and a draft there, and no, not beer, a draft of the book. And it turned out that I didn't write the book until I started doing the show a number of years ago, because you guys inspired me. So I dedicated the book to the Ask One radio audience. It's called Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. It is a book and a CD that you can hear actual readings, and you can get it at Amazon.com. So go to Amazon.com and check out Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. If you want to see more books, some of them I wrote, some of them I just wrote a preface to, and some of them I had nothing at all to do with. Check out mojoacademy.org. Mojoacademy.org has books there that will change your life. We're heading into gift-giving season, folks, and there's nothing better to give somebody than a book that can help change their life. So we're all shuffled up now, and we're going to pull back the curtain on the magical window for Elizabeth in Atlanta, Georgia. Hi, Elizabeth. You're on with Reverend Elliot. Elizabeth, are you with me? Elizabeth in Atlanta. Have we lost Elizabeth in Atlanta, Georgia? Elizabeth? Well, let's see. Till you come back. Let's see. Like I said, we're using 21st century technology to do technology. These store-bought teeth, right? We're using 21st century technology to use a 13th century technique. So sometimes I think the incongruity of it all just butts heads. So get over to mojoacademy.org sometime, because there are some wonderful books there, and there's a fascinating CD there called The Great Beast Speaks. I will say very little about that. The aficionados will know what it is. The Great Beast Speaks is at mojoacademy.org. Now, Elizabeth in Atlanta is back with us. Hi, Elizabeth.
Hello.
Hi. I lost you there for a moment. How are you doing tonight?
I'm great. Thanks for asking. How are you?
I'm doing very well. I love the energy I get from doing the show. So what can I look at for you tonight, Elizabeth?
Just a general tarot. I would recommend that. I appreciate that one.
Okay, just to see what the cards say?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let's shuffle them up a little bit and cut the cards, and, well, that's pretty good. The first card I have is the Ten of Cups, and that's a card of great happiness, perfected happiness. So you're doing well. Here's what may be the happiest card in the deck is the Sun. It's another one. The Temperance card, that's a card about balance. The Chariot is also about balance, but it's about somebody who's got the strength to maintain that balance. Now, here's the Strength card. Now I got to ask you, has there been something going on in your life that you really need to apply your strength and energy to?
Yeah, it's been a lot of things. With me starting my business and relationship. Yeah.
Okay, well, according to this, you're doing it. I mean, there are cards that signify somebody who's overburdened and can't handle it. The Strength card is a person who's got strength. The Chariot card, that's a person who's got diverging forces. Most cards will show a little chariot, and that you would be the person riding the chariot. And there are two horses, and one wants to go this way and one wants to go that way. And through your strength, you keep it going the way you want it to. And then there's the Temperance card, which means balance. So I think that this is showing that you're working very hard, and you are maintaining the course that you want to take, and that's bringing you great happiness. I don't see beyond that other than just great happiness. Here's the Justice card. That shows up usually when people have some kind of a dispute, and it means that you're going to get what you deserve. You're going to, you'll win this. Is what I see. Do you have anything going on in like business-wise where you're having a dispute with somebody?
Well, actually, I have some lawsuit estate from my deceased father that's being pending for payment now. There's been an payment, been pending for about 6 months now, and I'm waiting for that to be released.
Well, yeah, that's because this is a card about legal. I usually ask people if they have a lawsuit or a case going on in court. This happened to me last week. I didn't ask the person that. I told her you have the justice card, and she mentioned that she was in the middle of a lawsuit. So, yeah, this means that the legal matter is going to be decided, and it'll be decided in a just way for you. So I think you're going to do okay with that. But you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cards here. 5 of them are major cards, and that's telling me that you're at a very important point in your life, and you're handling it well. You're doing what needs to be done, and you're getting it done, which is not easy these days. So you're doing fine. So hang in there, okay?
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. I see that decision going very well for you.
That's awesome. That is so refreshing. It's like a breath of fresh air. It took a lot off of me. I feel like a lot lighter. Thank you so much for me. The concerns out the window now.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
And let's shuffle them up. See, these cards, they really zero in on things. We're going to shuffle them up one more time here. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on the Ask One Radio Network. Don't forget to stop by mojoacademy.org for a book that will change your life. And magic-works.com, magick-works.com. Now, here's something else you can do. Because we only have a limited amount of time every week, and a lot of people are going to try to get through, but they won't. So what I do is, if you're an Ask One Radio listener, I'll do a free consultation for you. I do these almost every day. I get loads of contacts on this. All you have to do is send me an email to asktarot, ASKTAROT, at earthlink.net. And you can also find me at my website. There's a contact form there. So I'm the easiest person to find. You can just do a web search of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, and you'll turn up some way to get in touch with me. But just say that you're an Ask One Radio listener and you'd like a free consultation. That is my gift. I usually have a nominal fee for a consultation just to keep the curiosity seekers away. But if you're listening to the Ask One Radio Network, I know that you're quite serious. So that's a little gift to the audience for all the pleasure that you give me. We're all shuffled up now, and Courtney in Colorado is on. Hi, Courtney. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi there. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm pretty good. So I was calling in to see if you have any advice or get any feelings on my situation I'm in now. And I can tell you a little bit about it, but
okay, if you want, or I can just look at the cards and see what they tell me.
Please do that. Thank you.
Okay, let's just see what we got here. Well, first of all, I got the High Priestess, and that tells me that you're a very spiritual person. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I mean, you're a person who can see behind the veil. The High Priestess can see what's hidden from others. That's very important. Now, the Seven of Swords is next. And that generally means that somebody was not treating you very well. Somebody was not being fair with you at all. Now, is that part of is that what's going on?
Yeah. Kind of in a way, yes.
Well, I got 4 cards here that are all swords, and they're not particularly happy cards. They're cards about defeat. They're cards about somebody who has hurt you. They're cards about sadness. Have you been going through that lately?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, and confusion and wondering who's on my side or not, you know.
Well, that is a pretty good thing to wonder about, because the 7 of Swords and the 5 of Swords in one reading means that people are playing with you. People are not necessarily there are people who are not your friends.
Right.
The 7 of Swords is a card of deceit. The 5 of Swords is also a card of deceit and defeat. The Ace of Swords can mean the beginning of conflict, or it can mean that you're coming around to a new way of thinking. These are very conflicted cards, though. And the 9 of Swords is just simply that you're not very happy about this situation. And of course, why should you be?
Yeah.
Now, the 2 of Swords, you see, this is fascinating. A woman called earlier and asked about romance, and almost all the cards except one I got were cup cards, and cups are about romance. Now, all except one here are they're swords. So there's some trouble in your life. Yeah, the 2 of Swords is here. Now, that's a stalemate. That's a situation that isn't going anywhere. Wow, the 8 of Swords. You're definitely in the middle of something heavy. There's people who are messing with you.
Yeah.
You need to do something about that. I know you know that. But
yeah.
let me tell you, what you do is first of all, the next card I have is the Six of Rods. Now, you're going to like that because the Six of Rods is about triumph. It's about success. It means that you're going to win. You're going to defeat these people, but it really hurts, and it's going to take a while, and it's very difficult, and it's going to be a bit painful. You're going to need as much strength as you can muster. You're going to need to make sure that you're prepared, because there are people who are just, I don't know, they want to hurt you. Do you get that feeling?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes, yes, I do.
Let me tell you something. I want to make a suggestion for you, and this is going to cost a little bit of money, not a lot, you know. Maybe tops $20, and not even for me. I want you to look for something called a road opener. A road opener kit. You'll have a candle, you'll have incense, you'll have oil. What a road opener does is it gets rid of obstacles that people put in your way.
Okay.
You can find them. Yeah, you know, you take a look at there's a store called Azure Green, Azure Green, Azure Green. See if they have one. I'm pretty sure they do. It's a standard thing, and they sell occult items. They just had their 33rd anniversary in business, so you know they know what they're doing. And I've been dealing with them for like over 20 years myself. So this is a highly reputable place. Pardon?
AZUR?
AZURE. Green. Is it blue and green? Azure and green. Check them out. Look for a road opener, and also if it gets to be out of hand, check it out. You might at some point want to get a 7-day reversing candle, which means that whatever bad energy people are sending out to you, you send it right back to them. You know, that's not black magic in any way, because you're not creating anything bad. You're just redirecting what they do and sending it to them. But these are things that I think you'll benefit from, because all of these sword cards tell a road opener. Now you can get in touch with me if you want, and I'll give you some information on getting these things. My email again is asktarot@earthlink.net.
Okay.
And I'll be very happy to answer your questions. You know, no charge for this, of course, because you're in an extraordinarily difficult time right now. That's what these cards are showing me. When I started reading cards, I used to read for a married couple that hated each other. And every single time I read for them, it was all swords. And I said, you know, I can't do it. Yeah. I can't, and this is heavy duty stuff. So there are people definitely working against you, and we can do stuff. The road opener and even a reversing candle can clear the way for you. And I think that it's worth giving it a shot. Okay?
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah.
And if you need any advice on using these things, just drop me a line.
All right. And Reverend Elliot, right?
Reverend Elliot, yep. And just do a web search for Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. You'll find all kinds of ways to get in touch with me.
All right. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Good luck, and stay strong. And listen, you know, if you think that there's people out there to hurt you, you know, there are. So don't think that it's your imagination, because you know you feel it. You said that there are things going on with people, that you have people who are not who you don't know who your friends are, and it's not your imagination. These cards are verifying that that's exactly what's going on. So hang in there, and you can drop me a line anytime you want, and I will. After the show, I'm going to light a candle for you to send positive energy your way. How's that?
Hey, could those cards be either like reversed too, if I'm being the person, like if I'm doing ill will? Well, I don't feel I am, but I feel like could it be the other way around? Like, am I causing damage, or
no.
Am I helping the situation? You know.
No, and just to answer your question, I got the Ace of Cups, which is a card of sunshine and happiness and goodness and joy. So no, it isn't you. There's definitely I would be able to tell if it was you doing it. This is happening around you.
Yeah, totally.
So we will definitely work together on that if you want. In the meantime, just get that road opener kit from Azure Green, and I can answer any questions you want. You just drop me a line. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Best of luck to you. Bye-bye now. And wow, that is a heavy-duty thing. See, it's funny how these cards do that. That first caller was all cups, and now this, when you get all swords, man, that is heavy-duty stuff. I said early on when I opened the show and when I was talking at the beginning that the cards can show if there's people out there who don't have your interest at heart. The cards can show that, and man, they to make a reference to other playing cards which developed from tarot, the cards did that in spades this time. This was just remarkable because the caller's intuition was correct when she said that she said I can't tell who my friends are. That's exactly the way people will leave you feeling when they're messing with your mind. And a road opener kit and a reversing candle, these things will get rid of those obstacles. Well, we're all shuffled up now, and Leslie in Edmonton is on. Hi, Leslie, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, how are you doing tonight?
Pretty good. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing fine. I look forward to Wednesdays all week long. So I really get into this. What can I look at for you tonight, Leslie?
Oh, boy. I never thought about it.
Well, is there something happening in your life that you want to look at? Is there something not happening that you'd like to have happening that you'd like to look at? Anything at all? Well, let me ask you this.
Yeah, how about,
what?
Sorry?
Okay. So what you must have had something on your mind when you contacted Ask One Radio, right?
I just was curious about a reading, and I was just thinking that you guys...
Have you ever had a tarot reading?
I have.
Oh, good.
I have,
so then you know how they... So is there anything you'd like?
Yeah.
Is there anything you'd like me to look at now?
How about my kids and finances?
Okay, let's, now that I know that we want to look at that, I will cut the cards and shuffle them up a little bit. And there they go. Shuffling up cards is not very interesting radio, is it? But there, let's see. Now, there. This is pretty good. This is, I got the, is there something going on legally around your children and you?
Yeah.
Okay, because I got the justice card. I got this earlier, and that generally signifies something that's in the courts, and it's going to work out well for you, is what I'm seeing.
Awesome.
Is there a bad situation going on right now?
Yes.
Okay, because what I got are very good, happy cards, but the card that comes before that one is what's fascinating. It's called the Tower Struck by Lightning, and that means sudden change. That means a bolt from the blue that's going to knock down what's happening now and make way for new stuff. And the cards after that are all happy. So whatever there is, you don't need to go into any detail in front of a few million people if you don't want to, but whatever is going on, this is going to work out very well for you because I see justice, which is that court case. I see the Tower Struck by Lightning, which means sudden bang, upheaval, change, and then the Ace of Cups and the Ten of Cups. And that's the beginning and the end of all the cups. And the cups are happiness and emotion. And I think that it's going to work out very well for you. One other card is the Seven of Rods, and that is a card of a person who can sweep away obstacles and doesn't let things get her down. So I think that you're in a very good position to get what you want, to get what you're looking for, and get what you're hoping for.
Awesome. That's great. Does it show like any time of?
Yes. As a matter of fact, it does. There's one card that I like to I always look for this card when I'm asked about time, and it's the Eight of Rods, and that's what I got for you. The Eight of Rods is a card that shows a bunch of rods flying through the air about to land, which means that they've gone up in the air, they've peaked and they arced, and now they're coming down, which means that it's about to hit now. The Tower Struck by Lightning means that it can happen at any time. So it's all in motion right now. Everything that you need is in motion at this point. Hey, here's a card I got twice before today, so it's in the air, I suppose. It's the Four of Rods, which is a card that means a happy home. So I think things are going to work out very well for you here. Now, there's a caution here, because you know if you're involved in anything legal, it can take more time than you want. So there's going to be a decision, but I don't know if it's going to be a good decision or not a decision that you like. However, ultimately, it's going to be what you want. Eventually, I see you prevailing, because these are very happy cards. But don't, if there's any speed bumps, don't let them get to you. You know how it is with these things. 1 minute it looks good, and the next minute it looks bad. But here, there's the Sun. That's another one of these cards that's extremely happy. So Justice and the Tower tell me that you're going to get what you want. That the old is going to be knocked away, and it's going to be very good for you. I got the Ace of Cups, the Ten of Cups, the Sun, the Four of Rods. These are really good, happy cards. Eight of Rods tells me that it's in the works now. And so don't be discouraged if it doesn't look like it's working out right away, because it is eventually going to work out your way. Okay? That's what the cards are showing. One more card, very good. It's the Three of Cups. The traditional meaning for that is the completion of a matter in plenty. Threes are completion.
Completion of what, three?
A matter coming to completion in plenty.
Oh.
So you and here's the World. That's a card of assured success. I'm getting so many cards of success for you that I find it hard to believe that it's going to go any other way. Eventually, it's going to work out just the way you want. So hang in there. I know it's difficult, but take your time, and when you get there, you'll know. You'll feel it all coming together. You'll feel it all gelling. I just shuffled up the cards a little bit, and guess what I pulled out again? Justice. So justice is definitely coming your way. Justice is due to you, and it's coming.
Cool. I love it.
Okay. My pleasure. I'm glad the cards worked out well for you. I'm glad you finally came up with something you wanted to see, because it looks good.
Yeah.
It looks very good for you. Okay, so I've got to run now. I will
Thank you.
Keep you in mind, and I'll light a candle. I'll light a candle for positive energy for you as well as for that other caller. Okay.
Thank you very, very much.
Bye now.
Thank you.
And my pleasure. Bye. And folks, that's it. We've come to the end of another round of Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. What amazing readings we had tonight. As we really ran the gamut, all kinds of emotions and situations and feelings, and that's what happens when you read cards like this. It just is. It's fantastic. Now, I want to tell you something, because I want to take a couple of minutes to tell you something. I had a reading there, you all heard, of somebody who's got people in her life who are causing trouble, and I advised the caller to do certain things, get a road opener kit, maybe get a reversing candle, things like, esoteric things that can work that way. None of that stuff's going to cost in total around any more than about $25, $30. It's very inexpensive stuff. There are people, and all trades have these kind of people who give us bad names, who will take advantage and say that the cards show that there's a curse on you, the cards show that there's trouble in your life, and I will clean that up for you for $500. No, okay? Somebody pulls that on you, be very careful. Be very careful. And now here's what I want you to do. If you have these kind of things going on in your life and you want to know what a reputable card reader does, go to my site, magic-works.com. magic-works.com. On the homepage, scroll down and look for the American Tarot Association Code of Ethics. I'm a member of the American Tarot Association. I have been for about 20 years now, and I'm on the board of directors of the American Tarot Association, I am very proud to say. And we have a code of ethics that our members all subscribe to, and we take it very seriously. And because we have a heavy responsibility, folks. People come to us with problems, and we are here to help sort the problem out. We are not here to profit on the problems. Yes, we will charge for a reading, but it's reasonable. This is the kind of thing people generally, when they ask me, and I've said this so many times, it's like seared into my brain. How do I find a reputable tarot reader? And I have two ways to do it. One, look at the American Tarot Association Code of Ethics. There's a link to it at my website, and you can just click it and read it or even download it. The other is, if you feel worse after a tarot reading than you did before the tarot reading, don't go back to that person. That person does not have your interests at heart. That person is trying to upset you and throw you off balance and squeeze you. Okay, every now and then, you read these stories in the news about some person who claims to be a psychic, and they hit somebody for hundreds of thousands of dollars. It happens because every profession, every trade has its unscrupulous practitioners. What a decent tarot reader, what an ethical tarot reader will do when there's trouble in your life is help you get through it. Will help you with advice for doing things to strengthen your resolve, to look at the situation, not sell you hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dollars worth of things. Yes, I'll be very happy to sell you a talisman or an amulet for protection, or a talisman to bring harmony and good luck and happiness in your life. They do not cost an arm and a leg. And whatever price I set, even for my readings, they're always open to negotiation, because I don't believe in letting money get in the way. So you look at my price list for a tarot reading, for instance, at magic-works.com. Remember, MAGIC-works.com. And look at those prices there. I think they're quite fair, but some people may be in a very difficult position in their life at that point. Well, tell me, and we will work it out. There's no big deal about that. Trust me, I'm not in this for the money. There's a lot of things that I could do for money. This isn't one of them. But there is such a thing. This gets very deep. I may write a webpage about it. There's a thing called the spiritual economy, and things need to be paid for. You can see that in my page on my website about Reiki, but it's a reasonable fee, and it's a fee that we agree on. For instance, let's say you and I agree on paying $45 for a half-hour tarot reading. And let's say you and I are on the phone, and we end up at a half hour, and we want to keep going. I'll do an extra 15, 20 minutes. I'll do extra time for you, and I won't charge you anything more for it, because we agreed on a certain price. And if I decide to go longer, that's my decision. And my decision shouldn't cost you a nickel. You see, that's ethics. That's how it works. And I got ethics because I went out and bought the best ethics I could find. Just, where's that rim shot when I need it? Right? Yeah, here we go. So listen, just keep that in mind. Look at the code of ethics for a tarot reader. I'd love it if you would contact me to get a full tarot reading, because I have various levels of it and very affordable prices. But if you go to somebody else, fine. I'm not the only pebble on the beach, as the British would say. So just remember, keep in mind two things. The prices are never exorbitant, should not hurt you with money. And if you feel worse after a reading than you did at the beginning, don't go back to that person. That person's out to hurt you. In fact, if you and I do a reading together off the air, a live reading on the phone where we get together just like this, and I happen to see bad stuff, I will keep going until we get to the good stuff. And of course, again, there is no extra charge for that. So that's something to keep in mind. AskTarot@earthlink.net is the way to contact me. Magic-works.com is the website. mojoacademy.org for a book that'll change your life. And I'll see you here next week. I'm out of here now. Bye-bye.
Hi, I'm Asia, and thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air. Psychic Talk Radio, now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
Hello and welcome to the show. This is Soulstar Radio. I'm Jacqueline Closemore, your host, and we're on A1R Psychic Radio and also Moonstruck TV, coming through to you live around the globe and broadcast through the US. Now, I'm joined today by a very lovely lady. I connected with her recently on the show. She called in for a reading, and she herself is actually a reader and also a spiritual coach, and based in Australia and also travelling at the moment. And we've got live with us, of course, Liz Atherton. So welcome to the show, Liz.
Hi, thank you.
Very good to have you. So tell us a bit about your spiritual journey. Sort of how did that start? What sort of got you going?
Well, basically, my dad passed when I was 24, and before he passed, I actually asked him to connect in with me after he passed over, and I had a lot of experience with that. And then my mum died when I was 32, and I went, I'm going to do something about this. I need to, have connection with, my two parents, and went and did a psychic development course, and they said I was a full-blown medium. So, I stuck with that and just started reading. They taught me how to read and pull through spirit, which I was already doing, just describing a lot of passed over loved ones. And then I went down the journey, sort of 20-something years later, and I've been trying to help people with connecting with their own sort of soul and their own process. And a lot of the readings that I do is very much about getting their mind out of the way. And so is the coaching programs that I've put together as well, and the books. They're all sort of set around trying to help people connect in with the psychology of their mind, as well as how the soul speaks, so they can differentiate between the two.
Yeah, it is a big difference as well, because sometimes people will think something's in their mind that's actually spirit coming through, and sometimes people think spirit's coming through and it's actually their mind. And it can be a real minefield. And I actually have a number of really aware clients, but I have one client that, she's gone to a number of gurus, let's put it that way. And and it's like, but how do I have a direct communication with God? And I'm like, okay. And there's a very blocked energy there. And I find that with the mind, if someone's purely in the intellect, that's where they can lose that ability or not have that ability to connect with spirit, because they literally, the head's in the way.
Yes, but I teach how to get that head out of the way. So it's about being able to define how the voice speaks of the soul versus the egocentric voice. So it's about learning how your ego works and, what it's trying to protect, and being able to get through that process of the levels of emotions of what we've been through, and what our coping mechanisms are, where our damage is, and how we need to heal over traumas so that we're not in powerless positions repeating the same patterns. And when we can see ourselves starting to repeat those patterns, it's about getting into that level, but being able to hear when the soul's actually trying to push you past these patterns. So when the soul speaks, like all the readings I do, it confirms what people already know, but it gives them this sort of solidarity that, oh, yes, that's the path I've got to take. It's not a process of battling out the soul versus the ego. And so, the two monkeys, or the devil and the angel, that you've got going on. And one's very much the human mind and the human psychology trying to control life, where the soul's trying to drive it in a different level. And, it creates a lot of anxiety and fear and a lot of depression when the two of them really start to separate out. And what I've learned through the process of, coaching and mediumship is how that process works. And I've been really supported by Spirit to do that.
Yeah, no, that's a beautiful thing. And it's certainly a good thing, because, some people will get stuck in that mind lock. And I find a lot that fear does get in the way with people. But also if they've got a very fixed mindset, which is what you're explaining, you're helping them break through. So that's really good stuff. And so with your work, you also do the coaching side of it in that. And with your books, you sort of got that emphasis of bringing people out as well. What do you think... out of the book, like your book written a few books here by the sound of it. What's your most favourite book and the message of it, I guess?
So my first book was called Mind Chatter That Matters. So it explains on a very basic level, because it is very basic stuff, that we need to get back to the basics, which is what we all know. When I wrote that book, I channeled a lot of the information. I already knew the information, but I had to put it together in a way that people would be able to get the concept. And I had to explain the psychology side of how the mind is broken up, which is taught in universities through, like, you know, the principles of Freud and Jung. And then I brought in how the soul speaks and how to identify the soul's, you know, work and the purpose of the ego versus the purpose of the soul. And a lot of people go, oh my God, you know, you explain it so easily. And it is so basic, but it's trying to work out what voice is what. Once we learn the agenda of each voice, and then we go through the coaching, so I get help to show where, you know, say someone's had trauma at 14 and it's holding them up in a certain area, the spirit will show me that they've got that particular, you know, damage in there, and we'll talk about it. And then that helps them open up, because sometimes there's a lot of hidden agenda that our egos want to protect that stuff so that nobody can get in there and hurt again.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely. And I sort of find with people, I can name the age at which something like that happened. Do you find you do that as well?
Yes.
Yeah. It's a really deep kind of level of work you're doing there. Now, we've also got a caller, so we might bring them in. We've got Claudia in Springville, Utah. Are you there, Claudia?
I am. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the show. It's beautiful to have you here. It just feels like a journey of selfhood going on as well there. But I might get you to chat also with our special guest, Liz Atherton, who can do a reading and a bit of spiritual coaching for you. So go ahead there, Liz.
Hi, Claudia. How are you?
Hi. Oh, I'm good. I'm a little nervous, but I'm good.
Okay. I'm sort of looking at your energy. You're very loving and very giving. Like, I feel that you it can express and articulate very well. You have been around people that don't always hear and get your communication. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I feel that you're a very good soul, like you're very much putting yourself out for a lot of people and wanting to, and that might sound very general, but I feel that you come from a really strong heart sense with this, and I feel that you do go that extra mile for people, and you're coming across as a very sort of loving, guiding, sort of like very supportive to a lot of people. Now, I'm just going to have a look if I've got someone in spirit for you. Hang on for 1 sec. I do have a lady and I've got a man. Have you lost a parent at all, Dal? Like, I feel that this lady's very much a motherly, she's got a motherly instinct to her.
Yes.
And I feel that when I say motherly, I feel very... or would have walked over broken glass for her family, very connected.
Oh, okay. I'm having a hard time hearing you, but did you say there was a woman that's like a motherly?
Yes, but very much a family lady, would go the extra mile for everybody.
Yes.
And I feel that she was sort of quite sick on the chest before she's passed as well. Does that make sense? Like struggling to breathe and pain in the chest.
Yes.
And was this lady sort of in her 70s, early 80s when she passed as well?
The early what?
In her 70s, early 80s when she's passed.
Yeah, around that.
Pardon?
Could I ask a question that is on my mind?
Of course you can.
Okay. I thought I felt my mom's death because it seems like sometimes I do. I've had. I want to know where she is.
So I feel that this lady's very present in your life and very much, she would have been very good at, not always good at communicating her love, but would be always very present around you. Does that make sense? Like she would be there for you through thick and thin. And like I had a mum like that. She was just constantly there. You know that you could call on her. And I feel this lady's in spirit still like this around you. And I'm just being shown like an older style weatherboard home that's got a lot of white on the outside. And I feel that she's trying to confirm, I'm not sure if this is your home or whether this is the home that she used to live in, but I feel that she's very much a homebody and would be very house proud as well. And this lady's sort of trying to come through to sort of just acknowledge that she's around you. And she's also sort of showing me, do you understand what I mean? But that she's trying to show me that there's times where, you know, you feel like you, I wouldn't say it's loneliness, but you feel sometimes alone.
Yeah, well, you know, I have a lot of guilt.
Okay. But this lady is sort of not coming through.
Because the people you are describing, it could be either two people. And I've recently lost my mom and my mother-in-law, and they were both very important in my life.
Yeah.
The guilt, because I don't know if I could have done more to keep her here.
No.
You have no control over that, darling. They go when they're meant to go. And it doesn't matter what contribution you have, they leave when they've got to leave. So you're not, and they don't want, let me tell you the experience I've had with spirit, they don't want you here suffering with negative human emotions. They exit when their plan is to exit. That's their signed agreement prior to even coming down here. You have no control.
Okay.
Have input on that. And this is where, you know, this is our controlling nature that we try to have as a human.
All right. I'm still just waiting for any sign, you know, that she's okay, because I don't think in the beginning my mother was okay.
In the beginning of passing, do you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, because I think she was very angry that it wasn't her time. And
on a human level, we do feel like that, because we feel like we've had something taken away from us. But when we go into spirit, we don't have the negative emotions that are attached to our human side. So we go with, I've never had a bad experience with spirit, not haunting, nothing, and I do house clearings and everything. What we do is we perceive that they've got all the negative experiences still, but they go through healing to release all of those. You see, so when they go in, so I'm saying she's just showing me that she's gone to spirit and there's been a man waiting at the gate for her.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
Did you have a man with he was sort of fairly thick in the neck and sort of, when I say an older gentleman, he would have been quite good looking when he was young.
Yes, you could say that.
Yeah, and he would have pulled the women in, you know. And I feel a man of good, a really good quality man, you know, the good old-fashioned gentleman, very much the home family man as well. But I feel I wouldn't like to get on the wrong side of him. You know, if he did something wrong by the family, hell have no fury.
Yeah, absolutely, because I'm seeing the same things as you are there, Liz. Absolutely seeing the same things, from the short blonde hair of the woman and how dapper he is. And as he gets older, I'm actually seeing a little bit of a back there. Still good looking, but it's like he's hunches over a tiny bit there. But he's a very good man. So thank you there, Claudia, for your call. Bang on accurate there, Liz. I was picking up a lot of the same things, so I didn't bother answering. We've got there Becky in St. Louis, Missouri. Are you there, Becky?
Yes, I am.
Thank you so much for calling in. It's beautiful to hear from you. It's like I get the Little Ray of Sunshine song going in my head here. So it's like having to kind of bust through the clouds to get the sunshine, and there's a lot of good energy in what you're doing there. And so we've got a special guest here, Liz Atherton, who's travelling, and she's based in Australia, but she's on the line there for you, Becky, if you'd like to go ahead.
Okay.
Hi, Becky.
Hi there. Thanks for
Well, you've
talking.
got really high energy. You've got a lot of energy in your vibrancy, but physical energy as well. I'm picking up on you. Like you're a woman that can do whatever you need to do and get it done. Like if anyone needs anything done, it's sort of ask Becky and she'll get it done for you. Does that make sense?
Yes. I'm the kind of person who helps everybody, even at my own expense.
Yes. Yep. But I think you're still capable of taking on more than 10 things at once. Like you've got a very peripheral mind, and I think anything that needs to be done you can accomplish. You've got a very goal-orientated energy as well, and I feel that peripheral energy is very driven to success. It's not a energy that will sit back and let everyone else do it, around you. So you will take the bull by the horns and plough through whatever you want. I feel really good energy over the next sort of 6 months for you as well. It is about asking for what you want and pushing through the boundaries. Don't let people say no to you. I feel very much that you have to ask 1,000 different ways to get what you want. So you're not to sort of let anybody put the boundaries around your belief systems and say no to you. Sort of like, okay, no for that way for you, but I need to still do this. Don't let this hold up. Or hold you up, I mean. And I feel very much head down, bottom up, and focus on what it is that you want.
That's like right on. That's how I am. I just have to do what I feel I need to do. And
absolutely. Yeah, you are really a go-getter in that positive sort of sense, and sometimes it can be a real kind of energy there of having to kind of step back and say, all right, well, what am I doing for me now? I was getting these Mexican jumping beans as Liz was speaking.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And it's a real high vibe, high energy. So, that's a really good thing. Was there any question you wanted to ask Liz there, Becky?
Yes, I'm newly pregnant. I just found out.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm just hoping I carry through. I'm an older mom. I'll be an older mom,
yes.
And this is my first ever pregnancy.
Okay. 37 at the moment?
I'm sorry?
No, I'm picking up 37. Are you 37 at the moment? Or is that when you're due to have this baby?
I don't know. I haven't even, I don't have my first prenatal until next week. And I'm 44.
44, okay. Have you been trying to have children since you're 37? And I feel that there's been a child around you. Probably, okay. So I feel that there's been a child that's been around you for those years trying to come through. I am and you know, you're going to use this beautiful, loving energy and the can-do attitude and, you know, the bull in the china shop mentality together to be able to bring, you know, a lot of sort of connection between mothers and children. You know, the mothers that are sort of struggling with being new mums.
That sounds pretty cool. Wow.
Yeah, so, you know, but I think this will happen after your child's born. So I think this is where this little girl's going to come through. I am seeing her as a girl, not as a boy. She's got a lot of feminine energy. So, but she's very soft. Okay, so she's going to need, you know, she'll be a bit of a leg hugger when you're trying to walk around. She's a beautiful soul, a really beautiful soul.
I'm so excited.
You will have this baby. I do see this baby coming through. And I also feel like something else I'm just picking up. Prior to this pregnancy, it's almost like the relationship hasn't quite been ready, but now it is. So the timing wasn't right.
Yeah, absolutely. I would totally agree with that one.
And it's right now. So you've not to worry about losing this child. This child will come through.
That is amazing. I'm so happy to hear this. Thank you so much.
Yeah, look, and you know, yeah, I don't know why, but I'm picking up dark hair on the child as well. But I feel that there's light hair through the family, so I do feel that she may well lighten as she gets older. So you know how most people comes through with blonde hair and they go dark with darker hair, and it'll light. She'll get more gold streaks through it rather than be the brunette.
Interesting. Yeah, my husband has dark hair, and I was born with a little bit of light hair. And it does run back through my family now that I think about it.
Okay. So there's some genes that are being shown to me. And who's got the really long thighs as well? Because I feel that she'll come through quite tall, like with long thighs. So there's a bit more genetics there for you.
And I just also wondered, is my father around?
Is this the man that's sort of quite, I wouldn't say he's stern, he's loving, but he's firm. Does that make sense?
Yes, that's my dad.
I feel very much, I don't know why, but I'm picking up sort of a military sort of personality as well. Like he's got that sort of very refined quality about him. He would have done really well in the military if he's not in the military. He's not showing me that, but it's showing me the personality of that.
That's my grandpa.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
So this is the man.
Oh, wow.
And I feel this man is very much a loving man, but you wouldn't want to get on the wrong side of him.
Exactly.
You, and like if you were disrespectful to anyone in his family, he'd have that person up against the wall and in the corner, and verbally as well. He would nail them.
He wasn't going to have it. Yep.
No,
that's my grandpa.
And I feel this man is, when I say of high standing, that's his sort of quality of personality. You know, treat others as, you know, you expect to be treated.
Yep, that's
okay.
Pretty much.
And I feel his passing was actually quite, when I say enduring, he had to go through a fair bit to pass over. You know, it was long standing. Like I feel that he had ill health for a while and then he passed.
Yes, he did. He lived with us when I was a little girl, and he deteriorated and then he passed away.
Yeah.
It kind of hard.
Now, what's your dad's name, darling? I'll have a quick look for him. I'll just see if I can pull him through by name. What's your dad's name?
Fred. My what?
Your father's name?
My father, James.
Yeah, James?
Yeah.
Okay, was he a bit of a character, like had a funny sense of humour?
Very much so.
Yep, and I feel like he could get away with whatever he wanted to say regardless of how he put it. He's one of those guys that had a really good way with words, so he could get away with blue murder or get away with saying the most obvious thing in a funny way. And I feel very much the Joker in the sense, a sensitive man, but not sort of one to wear his heart on his sleeve every day, all day. But I feel very much that he's a very loving man and would stand by you through thick and thin. He's also asking you to stay well open for a second child after this one as well, Dale.
Really?
Beautiful. There you go. Absolutely fantastic. We've run out of time. It's been wonderful having you on there, Liz, and also for connecting to us there, Becky, and our other caller as well. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We're going to be back live next week. I'll be coming to you live from Cryle Castle in Australia in medieval attire. In the meantime, may you stay happy. Keep tuning into A1R Radio, and you'll have more shows after this break. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Tonight for Gemma Spirit World. How are we all doing? Oh my goodness, it is, okay, so here on the Gold Coast, it is a Friday. I cannot believe that the week is nearly over. It has been the biggest week for me. Lots of positive highs that I've been hitting. I've actually been so busy with lots of readings, good for me, good for others that are needing guidance, seeking, insight into their future as well. And I've had, I've really felt my batteries, my energy levels dropping as of today. I really did something for myself. I went to work, but not actually, I didn't do any work for me, but I did a meditation, and I definitely meditate most mornings, but to actually go to a meditation group with, other beautiful, amazing people, it's to sit in a circle and just to be all together, come as one, and to really just let go, release, and just connect, and just to really just, it was amazing. And generally when I meditate, I'm very visual and I can see a lot of things, and it was just really nice to be guided through a meditation and not to see anything for the first time. For me, it was all about recharging my batteries, and my goodness, when I came out of my session, I felt amazing. I actually feel like I'm glowing. I feel like I'm ready for another big week for next week. So really, it's been huge. I mean, we had the new moon on Wednesday night, and it was huge. It was lots of releasing of old habits and lots of things that have come up in my past that resurfaced, and a lot of anxiety. That's something that I've suffered in the past, and to the point that my anxiety would have, really had me bound to my house and not being able to leave my house. So I had lots of, built up, pent up energy inside of here in my chest, and it just seemed to build up. And I was able to release that, and it really felt amazing to be able to release something that in my past really had held me back from, moving forward. So it's really about noticing the things that we've been going through and really just taking it easy on yourself and not putting any pressure on yourself to be in a place where, you not to feel like you're ready for, and I also, another thing that I just wanted to mention, what was really big for me was that I woke up on Thursday morning. I actually have a recording of it. I know I have a message on my Spirit Facebook world. My goodness, Gemma's Spirit World, my Facebook page. I've actually mentioned how, I woke up 5:30 Thursday morning and Spirit had let me know that I was doing a live reading. I didn't know, I just knew that I was going to go live on Facebook and do some readings, share my love and healing. And it just worked out that day that I had someone come into work and I was on their mind, and she said to me, let's do readings and let's do live, let's do it now. And that's how it happened. And it was amazing that waking up and just having that knowing, and the universe really having my back, and just really trusting in the universe and what you really put out there, and that we can manifest, the most amazing things into our life. So really believe and trust in the universe, that knowing that the universe has your back, and believe and trust in anything that any signs are coming your way. Alrighty, so we are going to get into some live readings. I'm super excited to share the love. And today we have Jennifer in Louisiana, USA.
Hi.
Hello, Jennifer.
Hi.
How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. What kind of guidance can I give for you tonight? What areas are you looking for?
Well, all areas really. I feel like my life is a tornado. I'm really not sure. I've got all kinds of questions. I want to know where my career is going. If I'm going to see some improvement in that area of my life soon.
Yeah. Just a question with your career. I keep seeing a Y shape. Have you only just recently changed work, started a new job?
Yeah.
Because it feels like, okay, because that's what I'm seeing for you. And I see that because and being the Y, because I keep seeing the letter Y, being at an early stage in your life with work, like it's something new. It's just really just give it time is what I'm seeing for you, not to put too much pressure on yourself to, it's not to have too much expectations on yourself is what I'm seeing for you. I see that it's something that, it's because it's new and it's challenging for you, but it's also, it feels really good. It feels really like, what I keep seeing for you is that you're going to come in leaps and bounds. You're really going to be, it's huge for you. It's going to be very successful. It's going to bring in money for you. I feel like in the past, and you've had jobs where, it feels like, because I feel your competencies. I mean, what I'm saying is that you're very capable of what you're doing, and this job's really going to challenge you. And I see that this is where you're going to grow in different areas, and you're really going to do well at what you're going to be doing. Is that resonating with you?
Yes, thank you. Yes.
Yes,
it
feels good. I keep seeing the gold around you, and when I think of gold, I think of wealth, and I see money. So generally for money I get green, but I get gold for you, and I really feel it's a very positive thing in your life at the moment. This new job.
Wonderful.
Yes.
What about love, then? What about?
Yep.
What about
I was going
love?
to say your love. It's interesting because with love, I keep seeing like a heart in front of me, and it's like your heart's pounding. And what I get from that is that I feel like with love, it's like you have somebody close to you, but I also feel like this somebody keeps, like, whether they keep coming into your life and back out of your life, or it's something that they're not too far away from coming back into your life? Like it feels like it's something new, or that it's going to be something new, but it's going to grow, because I keep seeing them going back and forth. Can you make sense with this at all?
Well, okay, well, my closest friend is actually an old boyfriend. And then my ex-husband I just talked with today. So, yes. Yep. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know.
So that's what I keep. Okay, so your ex-boyfriend is coming in, and it's obviously what I'm seeing for you is that your best friend, which is obviously male, he's the one that's come into your life, and then your ex is also stepping in, causing the distraction. Is that the case?
I wouldn't say the ex is stepping in and causing a distraction, but I would definitely say that my closest friend is an ex-boyfriend.
Yes, because that's what I keep seeing for you. I really feel that there's lots of bouncing around, and it's very confusing for your feelings and your heart at the moment. And it's like, it's what I keep hearing is focus on one, like who really pulls at your heart. But at the same time, it feels like a lot of past things. Like I feel like there's lots of there's lots of past stuff attached to both. But I really feel like your heart's really pulling for the not your ex, but the other gentleman.
Okay.
I just see that it's really confusing for you, and I feel like you're going around in circles. And what I do see in you, I keep seeing a circle, and basically I keep seeing your foot stepping out of the circle. It's really just really stepping out of both situations and just really sitting with your emotions, with your thoughts going through with you, because I feel like there's just too much distractions around you, and it's really confusing you on what you want to do with your love life. It just feels like it's going around in circles, if that makes sense. It's just confusing. Yeah, and I see that you have been hurt in the past, and I just feel like that things are just going to keep on being the way they are. I just see that I just feel like there's lots of old, just not negative, but there's just past baggage attached to both ends. And I just see you really taking yourself out of the picture of it, and really looking at it, from a different perspective. Because it just seems that, because I can't see past the confusion of what I'm seeing in front of me, because I feel like the judgment of your emotions and what you're going through is really clouding the clarity. So at the moment, I just see it as a dead end, but at the same time, it's like because you have two relationships that have entered into your life, it's like really just stepping back and focusing on one, focusing on both, and basically really sitting down with what you actually want in the relationship, if you want it to work with any one of them. But at the same time, I really feel like it's just a friendship. It's really going to be a friendship-based thing, nothing too serious. I'm really like drawn to your heart. My heart really feels heavy. Your heart feels heavy about both situations. And I just feel like you've been really hurt in the past, and to really to look at what is good for you and your future and your happiness. Your happiness is really important. And I just seeing that it's really dragged you down. And it's generally it's holding you back from moving forward. Is that making sense with you? It just feels it's really tough decisions on your heart for you to make these decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I just feel your heartbreak. I really do. I just see that, you know, the open, honest communication is really important. I'm really drawn to the colour blue around you. Because I just drew a card for you, and it's interesting because the card I drew for you is Speak Your Truth. It has lots of blue around it. And it's really about speaking your truth, but really being honest with yourself with what kind of relationship you want. Because once you put that out to the universe, you're going to attract the kind of relationship that you want, the kind of person that you want into your life. And if this doesn't sit with those two, you know, either either, you know, those two exes, it's really, you know, really, because I know when you let go of people that are holding you back, you'll find that it makes room to meet somebody new in your life that's really going to respect you and bring a lot of happiness to you, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just to be really gentle on yourself, Jennifer, regarding that, because I just can feel your heartache, and I can feel your yearning, you know, for that love in your life, for that happiness, to not feel alone, just to know that you're not alone, and that, you know, I know that when you're just able to let go of things, it can really bring in beautiful people into your life.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm also, and I keep seeing flowers around you at the moment as well, and it's different kind of coloured flowers, whether you're, you know, whether you're having a birthday coming, whether you're expecting or not expecting having a birthday coming up. But when I see flowers, it's really about uplifting your moods and really bringing more colour into your life. So doing things to distract your headspace, you know, the more things that you can do for yourself that make you feel happy and uplift your mood, it's really, you know, about looking after yourself and bringing in that positivity. But I don't see you being alone. I'm really seeing, you know, just really, you know, work out what you want is what I'm seeing with your love life.
Okay.
Yeah, is that, and anything else I can help you with?
You said it's the flowers. I'm struggling with letting myself socialize. Well, you know, like once before I was very social, and then through a relationship change in my life, I stopped doing that completely, and I've let myself I've stepped into getting back to that just now, very recently. So that probably is what that is about, I think.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Yeah, really be gentle on yourself and look after, really put yourself first before you put others before yourself. Just be gentle in your heart and on your mind with all the thoughts that's going on.
It's a hard one, man. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's okay, Jennifer. I'm going to have to let you go only because that I have our next caller waiting for me, but it was lovely to connect to you, and just remember that your happiness is important and to really put yourself first.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Elizabeth. We have Elizabeth from Bakersfield, California. How are you tonight, Elizabeth? Hello, Elizabeth. We're just waiting for Elizabeth to connect. Okay, I'm going to draw a card for Elizabeth before you connect with her. I keep seeing lots of colours around her. And the card that I've drawn for Elizabeth until she connects is the music card. So I'm seeing lots of music, but lots of movement around her. So it'd be interesting to see if she's doing any kind of travelling or moving in her life. I keep seeing for you I'm just going to talk because I get lots of images even though I don't. Okay, Elizabeth.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
Yes.
Yeah, really good.
Hello?
Are you there? Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
How are you tonight?
I'm doing good. Just busy.
Busy? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I just a question. I drew a card for you before, and I drew the music card. And I was obviously just giving you a reading before we were trying to get you back on the line. And I'm just wondering, are you doing any kind of travel or moving in your life at the moment?
Mm-hmm.
You are. That's what I thought, because I can see lots of colour and lots of greenery around you.
Really? Oh.
Yeah, and you're doing lots of travel as a moving of house. I can see you doing both. So you're moving house and you're traveling.
Oh, I want to cry.
Are you okay? Are they happy tears?
Yeah, because I'm trying to leave the past behind. That's what I'm trying to do.
Yeah, well, you're definitely going in the right direction.
Really?
Yeah, definitely. It feels really positive. There's lots of colour coming into your life. It really feels like everything's really on track for you. It just, there's lots of love and support around you, I'm feeling as well, but I really see that this change in your life is going to bring a lot of happiness, and also it really feels like it's a big weight lifted off your shoulders as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think
and just kind of, did you just say?
I said, well, I think love.
Can you just say that a bit louder, please, Elizabeth?
I wanted to know if I would find love.
Yes, definitely. It was interesting because I keep seeing a child. You don't have children, do you, at the moment?
I have two, but I want another one.
You have yes, okay, because that's what I keep seeing, another child not too far away. That's the thing. And it's like it's either because you are wanting that your third child, then I can see it's not too far in the near future, because it's generally when I see people so close up, it really means it's something that you really want now. But I really feel, because are you not in a relationship?
On and off.
Yeah, because that makes sense where I keep seeing this child, this third child. I feel like there's a child not too far away. So I feel like with the relationship that's going on at the moment, that it's really going to bring you more together with this third child that's coming your way.
Oh, I'm just to cry.
There's lots of love around you. I was really drawn to the colour red then, and lots of passion, but also at the same time, I just see that it's something that you've been wanting for a long time, and it's basically happiness. You're wanting that happiness and that love and that secured relationship. But, I feel like trust is also really important, as well as communication. But it just feels really good. Like your energy feels amazing. I feel like you really have everything sorted out, and you've worked on a lot of other areas in your life. And because you've done that, it's really made, you can focus on what you really want now, and that's, this child that's going to come through for you.
Thank you.
It'd be interesting to see that, you have to let me know, because I keep seeing a girl, and I'm just letting you know what I'm seeing, but I keep seeing, it's more the pinky colours around you. So I don't see it being too far away within the next 6 months is what keeps coming to me. And that's, from now until, 6 months, but I feel like you're going to fall pregnant within the next 6 months, like now until the 6 months. So, basically this third child isn't too far away from you. And I feel like it's really going to complete your family, but it feels really good, and it's going to really draw your relationships, really going to make your relationship stronger.
Oh my God, you're amazing.
So yes, it's lots of, and I keep seeing number 11 around you too. So whether 11 resonates with you anyway, but you know, the number ones is all about new beginnings, a new chapter. It's about to start in your life and, you know, new life, you know, so that's definitely, you know, more confirmation that this baby isn't too far away.
Thank you.
And just to I just drew a card before and I've just lost it, but the card that came up was boundaries, and it was blue. So to really just communicate, be honest with, and I know that you're an honest person, but to be really open and be able to communicate from the heart. So just everything that's up in your mind, and I feel like you have lots of things that do enter your mind, just really express yourself and don't be afraid to express yourself.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and with the travel, so I keep saying, have you just recently moved house? Is that what you just said before?
No, I haven't moved something.
Okay, because I can see that and it's going to be beautiful. So it feels like that everything is really everything's falling into the right place at the right time, if that makes sense. Because when I seen, and you'll have to listen back to the to this session that you're having with me, this reading, because you know I spoke about the music and just seeing lots of beautiful color around you. So it really feels like lots of positive things and beautiful things are coming your way.
Thank you.
You know, you're very welcome. Is there anything else I can help you with?
No, that would be it. Oh, yes. My friend Wax, he passed away in 2015.
Did you, and it's a male, did you just say? Because I keep seeing a male in front of me.
I miss him.
Yes, and you're very close with him, like a really close friendship more than anything?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and also I'm really drawn, did he actually have a tattoo on his arm at all?
Yes.
Yeah, because that's what he's showing me right now, because I've had this gentleman with me standing in front of me, and he keeps showing me a tattoo on his arm. So it's to let you know that, you know, he's very proud of how strong you are and how you've been able to hold everything together, but not only that, how you've been able to change your life around. Does this resonate with you, this message?
Thank you.
Yeah. And to know that he's always looking over you, and to know that, you know, he's just really proud. He's really proud of you, and he has this really big grin on his face. And he mentioned he wanted to give you a big hug as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so, you know, please keep in contact with me. Follow my Facebook page, Gemma Spirit World, because I love to know if you have a boy or a girl.
I'll let you know everything. Now I have to get back to work.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
No, thank you. And blessings, 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 blessings.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okie dokie. Wow, what a beautiful, wow. I just love happy endings. I love, you know, when I see lots of so much beautiful, you know, positive, uplifting, beautiful things for everyone. We have 60 seconds, probably 30 seconds. Yes, thank you, Dave, 30 seconds. So, yes, what a great week. I'd just like to thank everyone that's connected with the two ladies, Elizabeth and, oh my goodness, Elizabeth, and I can remember Jennifer for connecting with me. Thank you, A1R Psychic Radio, for having me tonight. I would love for everyone to connect with me on my Gemma Facebook. Oh my goodness, I can't even get it right. Facebook, Gemma Spirit World. My meditation has really relaxed my brain, my body, my soul. So have a lovely week, and I look forward to connecting with you all next week.
Hi, good evening. I'm Anna Olson here on Insights into Consciousness on A1R Radio. Every Thursday, 6:30 Pacific Standard Time, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, I'm here not only to do a free reading, but to also just talk about some things that I think people ask a lot of questions about, or they've been pretty interested about in the past. So I also like to take questions that I get via email or by my website, or the classes that I've done, and just to answer those here because they're so common that I just like to let people know how I do things. And of course, that will vary from practitioner to practitioner or reader to reader. So usually I will just tell people how I do things, and I tell people how it goes for me. So that's just me, and that's just the way that I do it. Different people do things differently. So I also love to hear feedback about what you have found on specific topics that I go over on my show. So if you ever have any feedback, I'd love to hear from you at annaolsonintuitive.com. You can go to my contact page and email me, which gets to me a lot quicker and easier than the chat box, actually. The chat box is only there for the times that I'm actually on call, which isn't very often opposed to how often I will check my emails. And if I don't answer right away on my chat box via my website, then I'm not going to get a hold of you that day or maybe ever, because we'll miss each other. So again, Anna Olson, intuitive.com, ANNAOLSEN, and it's on the bottom of the screen. So today I'm going to take a call, but first I wanted to go over some of the volunteer work that I have done and that I continue to do with some organizations in Los Angeles through a program called MITT, which is Mastery in Transformational Training in Los Angeles, California. I have been able to have the pleasure of working with some teenagers through the Torch program through after graduating from MITT. As a graduate myself, I've been able to staff many trainings for kids, both in the corrections department and through juvenile hall, or kids that are in trouble or at risk youth. I've also been able to work with children that just have goals and they'd like to set more goals as teens, and it's basically a leadership program to teach them not only how to be leaders, but how to communicate more effectively and to build their emotional intelligence in a very strict psychological environment with people who are very caring and nurturing. And I've had the pleasure with working with many people who have not only been very experienced in all of these different topics, but also have a passion for working with children and helping inner city kids to better their lives, to better their situations, and to take full responsibility for not only where they are in their life, but where they're going and where they would like to be in the future and what kind of difference that they would like to make in the world. And unfortunately, last night, early morning this morning, I found out that one of my fellow advocates and coaches, Joe Palmer, had passed away from complications due to a surgery in his early 50s. So in his honor, and remembering Joe Palmer tonight, I'd like to just mention the Torch Foundation. You can go to the torchfoundation.org if you'd like more information regarding getting your child fully covered and having a scholarship to be put through the Torch Foundation, if they're at risk or not, if they just have had emotional issues, or if they're going through a lot for any reason. Some kids are having different sexual orientation issues, or sometimes they're just having trouble with their peers, or maybe with their goals, or exactly what they'd like to do in their life. And what's really great about this program is not only can you get scholarships for certain trainings in Los Angeles, but they're also done all over the United States and all over the world. So there are even some of these trainings being done for adults in China and Mexico. And I just want to really reiterate how great this work is with children. And I'm really striving to have all of my children go through these trainings. I have had one of my kids so far, who's now an adult, go through these trainings, and they're phenomenal for their development, their growth socially and emotionally. And the main emphasis I wanted to put out there in Joe's honor is the topic of emotional intelligence. Emotional intelligence is the thing that all the psychologists know really get people places. So you can have a straight 4.0 grade point average for your entire life, and if you haven't worked on that emotional intelligence, you're in trouble. They show that people can even, have less of an education and end up going much further with their developed and advanced emotional intelligence than those who have not. So that is something to learn early as possible, hopefully when kids are either in their even infant stages all the way up until preschool, kindergarten, first grade. That's the time to really get them started on identifying emotions and feelings in others and being able to have a compromise and an empathy when working with others to really develop their relationships with others and to be able to work towards goals in their life with support from others and to really build strong emotional bonds with people in their work environment, at home, their marriages, and their communities. So again, I would really like to extend the invitation to go to thetorchfoundation.org and to find out what you can about this wonderful organization and how you can get started in either having your child 13 to 17 participate or to even be a mentor after going through the trainings, because some of these kids go back and they also are a peer mentor coach, which is also a great opportunity for them. And it looks amazing on a college application and on a resume as they continue through their work in MITT or in the Torch Foundation. So that said, I just wanted to go into different ways that I have worked on my emotional intelligence and that we can always do better. Nobody's done, quote unquote, in learning about emotional intelligence. So basically, emotional intelligence is the ability to understand how someone else must feel and to properly and appropriately communicate how you feel. So if you want to Google that, it's a really great thing to look at. It's a great thing to learn. I have a caller. Her name is Michelle from San Diego, California. Michelle, how are you tonight?
I'm fine. How are you tonight? Hello?
Hello, Michelle. Hi.
I'm here.
Can you hear me okay?
Hello?
Hi.
Oh, yes. Hi.
Hello.
Hello?
Hi. I'm here. I'm going to check my connection real quick. It sounds like you're kind of fading in and out a little bit. So I'm just going to check real quick. Can you hear me okay now?
Yes, ma'am, I can.
Okay, great. So how can I help you tonight? Is there a specific topic that you'd like to focus on?
Not really, nothing specific other than, trying to figure out how to do life right.
Okay. I think we're all kind of working on that, right?
I should hope so.
Okay, great. So the first thing that I'm kind of thinking of is there something within career or relationships that you'd like to go over?
Well, yeah, we'll go with relationships, I suppose. My husband, he died like 4 years ago. So I'm not really in a relationship, and so.
Okay, so are you?
Hello.
Okay, hi.
Hi. Are you there?
Hi, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Hello? Hi.
Hello?
Okay, I was just explaining hi. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, I can.
Hello? Okay, good.
Hello?
I was just wondering if you are able to, what relationships would you like to go over? Because there's also family, friends, coworkers.
Well, I have 3 sons.
Okay, that right there is in and of itself quite a feat.
Thank you.
So, the first thing I'm getting is the 4 of Wands for you with your relationships with your sons. So basically that means that you've had a lot of influence over these boys. And are they all adults now? Like maybe the youngest one in
yes,
teens?
They are.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Is your youngest one still closer to teens or early 20s?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm getting that so far so good. You've been a great influence for them in raising them. And I'm wondering, is there any specific one that you wanted to kind of go over with how things are doing, how things are going with him? Kenneth, okay. So is Kenneth just taking a little longer to become independent?
No.
Okay. Because I'm kind of getting that there's more of the emotional maturity thing there with him. It's not so much that he's not doing well. It's more of a connection that he has with you.
Okay.
And I got something about money, and it's a little bit, I don't know. I'm getting that there is something financial for him.
Okay. Yeah.
So has that been something that's been ongoing?
Yeah. Well, he just went through some stuff with his own son, and he's looking to change jobs, get actually good career going. And he just doesn't know which way he wants to go. He doesn't know how to do it, and it keeps talking himself down. Like, who's going to hire you when you need the weekends off for your kid? You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, there's something out there for you. But I'd really like to know if things are going to go positively for him.
Yes, it's definitely a challenge right now. I am seeing that there will be a female now. I'm not sure if this is you maybe helping him financially, or if there's going to be a relationship that comes into his life where there's a female who can offer some financial and emotional support there.
Okay.
But I'm getting that, and that there will be a kind of a chapter of starting over for him. He's going to have to start over with this new way of living, but we're getting a lot of this with this Mercury in retrograde, where people are starting over from where they were. And we've kind of uprooted a lot of our old stuff in the Mercury in retrograde. August 2nd, we should go direct, which means that these things will be able to straighten out and become more clear around that time and that first week right after August 2nd.
Okay.
How does that feel to you?
It feels all right. It feels pretty good, actually. I was wondering why things just couldn't seem to go right. You know what I mean? No matter which way you tried to spin it.
Yeah. And, it seems like at any season or given chapter of our lives, we're always worried about that one kiddo that's just having a rough time. And
right.
So, yeah.
Didn't
and this is the Mercury in
direction.
retrograde. Yes. And with the Mercury in retrograde, it just pulls up all this old stuff that needs to be resolved. And it's like, I would say, it's like cleaning out your garage. It's something you don't want to do, but once it's done, you feel so much better.
Right.
And with this new chapter that he's coming into, he's going to be able to straighten out. It's going to take around 6 months for him to figure it out. August 2nd, we're going to go direct. So I think things will clear up around that time and begin to go the way that it looks, more promising, more stable. He just needs some time to get used to the transition in this new chapter, like anything else.
Mm-hmm.
And I do see some financial support and maybe, help with watching his son and that sort of thing with the female coming into the picture.
Okay.
So that's promising as well. It will be very helpful and it will work out well. Is he one who works with his hands, like maybe construction or engineering or building?
Sort of, kind of, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm seeing that the work will be a little bit harder, but it will be what he needs.
Okay. All right. That makes sense, kind of, sort of, yeah.
Okay. And sometimes it sort of makes sense when we're in the reading, and then later on it will make a lot of sense and it will all come together for you. And you're like, oh, that's what she's talking about.
Okay. All right. That sounds pretty cool.
Okay. And, you know, I just really feel like
aha moments.
Yes, you'll have those aha moments. And I love to hear about them, by the way. So if you ever want to contact me and let me know about them, I love to hear about them.
Okay.
For instance, I just had done a reading, a medium reading with a woman who had lost somebody, and I kept telling her I saw a picture of Mary and there were candles, and does she know what that means? And throughout the whole reading, she could not place it. However, right after she got off the phone with me, she texted somebody that she knows, you know, who knew the deceased, and they texted her a picture right away of a whole little table with a picture of Mary with the candles exactly the way I had described it. So sometimes you have to talk to other people, and communicate with other people. And what that does is it gets people talking, it gets families closer together, and they begin to get closer because they feel like there's more of a teamwork, especially when there's something going on that's a little stressful, or if people are in grief or things like that. So that's a very common thing. It's less common than people getting it right away, but it does happen.
Okay.
And for you, you know, I see you doing a lot of things that you just really love to do. So I'm seeing something almost like gardening. Is there something you like with gardening or outdoors?
Oh, God, yes. Yeah, I'm an avid gardener. I've got tomatoes and strawberries and cucumbers and cantaloupe and watermelon and celery all growing in my yard right now.
Wow, you are quite the gardener. I love that. And, you know, I'm just seeing you being able to relax and just becoming more and more leisurely and doing the things that you enjoy more and more and more. And to not let anything cut into that, you know, these things, I think it's great that you do that. And, you know, it's going to be really healthy for you. I feel like you've always been really healthy that way. And, you know, you're just going to keep getting more and more things that are more fun for you, because it's like almost the reward of that investment you made when you were raising your kids when they were young. You're past that phase. You're also beginning or have been working on your new chapter in your life.
Correct.
And although we never stop worrying about our kids, you know, I do see that you are definitely going to become more and more freed up as your youngest gets older. You'll be able to start doing any sort of traveling that you'd like to do or that you've been looking forward to. You can start doing more of your own hobbies, continuing, you know, the gardening. And I see you actually, I'm not sure if there's like, I mean, you know, when people do a specific plant and they win an award for it, like an orchid, or they specialize in bonsais or something like that. I feel like you would be good at that.
In a show, huh?
Yeah, you know, win an award and, you know, like you get the prized plant, like you've got that.
Okay.
Yeah, kind of like the baking contest, but it's plants or, you know.
Yes, they have flower shows.
Okay.
They do.
Yeah, and I really think that you'd be good at that if that's something that you'd want to try. It'd be something you'd really enjoy. And do you respond well with plants? Because I'm getting that you're almost like an intuitive with plants.
I didn't talk to them a lot.
Okay, so you talk to your plants, and that's probably why they grow so well. You communicate with them.
Okay.
Yeah, they tell you what they need, which is funny because some people will be like, "What are you talking about?" Plants are alive.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
You know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yes.
You can feel the emotions from them.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And that's a gift. So that's something you can teach.
Where I can even like feel the mycelium sometimes. It's weird.
Yep. So it's interesting how many people connect with plants, trees. They hear messages from them. Plants also contain information, meaning if we have a tree that's 100 years old, it has absorbed information from its environment for that 100 years. And it does grow wisdom. It does have information there. And this is all science. It's nothing in anybody's imagination. It's not a delusion or a hallucination. It's been proven. So, that's one of your gifts. So I'd love to see you build on that, because I really think you can share that with others. And the more good intention you put into the plant, the more it yields that in the fruit or the vegetable. And, I could even see you, if you wanted to, it would be fun, I think, for you if you wanted to grow a bunch of different fruits and vegetables and sell them, like maybe farmer's market or something.
Mm-hmm.
I think that'd be really fun.
That kind of sort of lately. Yeah.
Yeah. I think you'd be great at it.
Okay. Interesting.
There's community gardening projects. Yeah, it really does help people, because there are even, in the big cities, all these wonderful projects where people will plant all these beautiful flowers or vegetables within the cities, and the whole community comes and takes care of it and waters it and then yields from it. There's so many different things you can do to really better people's lives. When people see a garden, it is very therapeutic. It gives them those negative ions that they need to aid in just decreasing their anxiety. It decreases depression. When you put your hands in the soil, it also contains the negative ions, which human beings need, and we're fully removed from as a whole. Too many people do not do that anymore. And it's even something you could teach if you would like to. And I think you'd have a lot of fun. I know I'm going off on this whole gardening thing, but I just really feel like you would get a lot of joy from it. And a lot of your hobbies could include that for your, that you could teach that to other people, because a lot of people really have no clue what they're doing when it comes to gardening.
Right. I hear you.
I don't know if the look on my face is guilty right now. What's that?
I have my niece and my sister-in-law are bring their plants over on a regular basis for help with them.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. I mean, they just can't seem to get one to stay alive.
I know exactly how that is. So my oldest son moved out, and he would always take care of my plants, and I'm just hoping to keep them alive. I really hope I can. We need you.
We can. Oh, how cool is that?
Yeah. Is there anything else you'd like to go over? Is there any other questions? Do you have any concerns? Retirement, finances?
No. I mean, I'm nowhere near retirement yet, but my mom and dad, they're like traveling right now, and they have this motorhome and they go. And I'd like to, could you tell me, if they're going to have a safe trip home?
Yeah, I think that they'll have a safe trip home. They have to go pretty far, don't they?
Yes, they do.
It's just going to be, I feel like they really love what they're doing, like they're traveling, but there might be a little hiccup with the vehicle.
Okay.
And they'll be fine. Don't worry.
Okay.
Like they can figure this out. They've got it. They've done this for so long. They'll be fine. I just see a little hiccup with the vehicle, maybe just a little something under the hood that they have to deal with on the way home, but they'll come home fine. They'll be safe. They're going to have a safe trip home. I feel like your dad really knows how to take care of himself and your mom.
Right. Yeah, he does.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
And if anything positive comes up, I will definitely get back to you and let you know.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
How things turn out. You're welcome.
You have a great night.
Thank you. You too, sweetheart.
Okay. Have fun with those plants.
I will.
It's kind of, it's not very common to have somebody who knows how to communicate with plants. It's a rare thing these days. So I'm very excited to be able to talk to somebody who knows how to do it. Yeah, it's like people lose contact with the plants. They ignore them. They block them out when it's for their best interest to really get in touch with that and communicate with it. So it is special and unique. And that's one of the reasons why I'm so excited about it too, because I mean, you may get some feedback from some people that, oh, well, it's just plants. Oh, that sounds fun. Have fun with that, but it really is quite an amazing thing. It's rare and it's unique. And oftentimes when somebody, oftentimes when somebody has a green thumb, they're also connected to the earth and the rocks and crystals and things like that. And they can read them well, or they know what benefits they provide people. And in addition, however you take care of your plants and vegetables, you're going to put that intention into the fruit or the yield, and that will benefit the people who consume it. So there's a whole science behind this and energy work and with intuition. So to me, it's very exciting. So I just wanted to let you know that it's fun. It's rare to talk to somebody who's so good at it and who has such a connection with that.
I thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
He just made my year.
Well, thanks for calling in and enjoy the beautiful weather there.
Thank you very much. I am. I do every day.
Great. Okay, have a wonderful day. And you can contact me anytime on my website, AnnaOlsonIntuitive.com, or on Facebook, Anna Olson Intuitive. And you have a wonderful night.
All right. Thank you. You too, Anna.
Okay, good night. So here we had somebody who connects well with plants, and there's so many different types of extrasensory abilities that it can make your head spin. There's 12, and that's one of the rare ones that I've actually connected with a few times, but it's for somebody who connects as well as she does is really exciting. So I wanted to really play off of that and just accentuate the importance of that and how that can be something that not only we can utilize and how special it is and how valuable it is, we can also learn it and develop that ourselves. So I hope you have a great night. Thank you so much for watching. I will talk to you and see you next week, Thursday, 6:30 Pacific Standard Time, 9:30 Eastern Standard Time, Insights into Consciousness. I'm Anna Olson. Have a wonderful night.
Hi, I'm Mark. Thanks for watching Moonstruck. And now, back to A1R on the air, Psychic Talk Radio Now on Moonstruck TV, enlightening television.
I'm so excited to have you guys all here. My name is Christina Watts. I'm known as the Divine Medium. If you guys don't know me and you're new, what we do on this show is we talk about spiritual stuff, and I'm a type of teacher in heaven, and I came to Earth in 2009 to kind of give the knowledge that I know from heaven. And I got a lot of followers on Facebook right now that are watching live. So if you are on Facebook, you can join Christina K, C-A-Y, Watts, live on Facebook, and throw me some of your questions there. And we'll, after this show off iHeartRadio and iHeart1 and Moonstruck TV, we are going to go and continue live on Facebook for a little bit and finish off these questions. Now, our first question of the night is from Johanna Carrion. She asks, when we daze out, quote unquote, like we are eating and just stop and stare, that someone has to say, hello, Earth to Johanna, why does this happen? Well, sometimes our soul tends to go off, kind of like when you're sleeping, your body is in relax mode and it's sleeping, and your soul's off doing all kinds of things. So you don't have to necessarily wait around for the body to wake up. So your soul's off doing stuff. So sometimes this happens when you're in your waking state and you're driving, and all of a sudden you get from one point to another and you're like, how the heck did I get here? So it works the same exact way. Okay, next one's from Ray Lukács. I'm hoping I'm saying that name right. Since planets don't really move backwards in their orbits, why is everyone blaming their problems on retrograde? Okay, so I did a whole blog on my website, thedivinemedium.com, on retrograde to kind of give people kind of a heads up, how's this work and what to expect. So if I told you that a train moving faster past a slower moving train, and the slower one appears to be moving backwards, but of course that is not at all true. They are both moving forward, but the slower train just appears like it's moving backwards. Retrograde planet works the same exact way. By essentially a faster moving planet is passing a slower moving planet, creating the illusion that a slower planet is moving backwards or retrograding, quote unquote. For this illusion to appear in this way, it takes a lot of energy to pull it off, okay? This isn't something that just whim, bam, bam, it happens. Energy that throws the alignment of energy in connection, bonding with spirit and physical, causes upon realms of all types, our physical, our spiritual, everything. So it takes a lot of work to pull this off, okay? If you look at a clock and it suddenly starts going backwards, you would think you're going cuckoo. A planet moving in retrograde motion is just like the clock. In doing so, the retrograde energy is asking you and asking your mind to kind of align and adjust to the temporary flux in the messages communicating with energy, okay? So when you see this kind of illusion happening, your mind kind of has to adjust to what's actually happening, okay? It's like putting the mind into another time zone. So just think of getting off a plane and you have jet lag and you're trying to adjust to a new time zone. It's the same kind of energy effect. Electronics get cattywampus, your emotions get cattywampus, and everything in space affects us. You can't go a day and think, oh, I'm just going to keep living the same energy over and over again. It's not going to happen. You know when you look at those weird puzzles and you have to kind of fixate your eyes on the puzzle and then it creates the picture past your eyes, you have to kind of fixate your eyes. Retrograde is kind of the same way. You kind of have to fixate your eyes to see the full picture, okay? Okay, our next question comes from Melissa Ream. What has been your favorite life so far? Well, that's a doozy. I've had many lives, and I'm probably going to say the Mary Magdalene life was probably one of my top favorites. Being president one time was kind of cool. I didn't like how my ending went, but it was actually kind of cool. I've had many lives with, you know, like the fairyland and the mermaids. Those are kind of relaxing. It's kind of like a vacation away from Earth. So, but honestly, my top one would probably be Mary Magdalene. I really, really enjoyed that life. Okay, Melissa Ream again asks, you are a teacher in heaven. Can we know your name up there? Okay, so I am a teacher in heaven, and my name is obviously Mary, and that is my essence, my soul essence. But I'm also a warrior in heaven. I have many jobs in heaven, just like I have many jobs here. I sing, I'm a medium, I'm an artist. So you have many gifts here, you have many gifts in heaven. Okay, so my warrior essence name, essence, if you will, because we don't really get hung up on names, we get hung up on energy feelings or our soul recognition. So we don't really get hung up on names and category. But if you were to call me a name, it would be Sahara, aka Zara, here on Earth, okay? Using Earth's language. I communicate with water creatures or races that use aquatica, like a nature of aquatica. And I also do with ridding and removing dark from beings that seek to, these beings that I deal with seek to plague and corrupt people and places. And I use a Jesus's blood angelic armor that I place over these areas and these people to kind of demolish what's going on around them, to kind of remove the energy, and I'm assisting and protecting the angels with it while I'm here. However, I am restricted by the body to kind of be free in the spirit sense to be able to do what I really can do in heaven. So I'm kind of a little bit restricted, so I do have to count on them for things. So, okay, next question. I don't want to skip anybody here. Mary Maltese Giuseppe, when do you think the Vatican became dark? It must not have started that way, right? Sad to say, Mary, yes. Its main goal was to kind of corrupt and control. I know that there was really good, amazing people that, you know, wanted to start this whole thing to enlighten and kind of be like peace workers, but then you have the other aspect of people that want to control it. When the second you start taking out books of the Bible, you no longer have something pure and with good intent, okay? Jessica Popish, what happens to another person's soul contract when someone who was to be a part of it commits suicide? Okay, so this is a really good question, Jessica. But nothing happens by chance. All these paths that are taken are documented, are planned out, are agreed upon, and consented. The biggest thing here is you want to finish out you want to do everything possible, as hard as it is here, to finish out your life. You do not want to waste the time and not finish it out, because if you finish it out too early, then you're not getting the full effect of learning. There's a difference between reading a book and actually jumping into the story and living it out. You have to live it out. You can't just vicariously read about it. Okay. So I want to kind of use an example for this. I have my notes here. I'm kind of keeping my my ADHD in control today. But so a son wants to be with his mother. His mother dies. He is overstricken with grief, and he just wants to be with her. So he commits suicide. The son does get to see his mother. God is so great and loving in his ways that he understands the hardships of being here on earth. And the son will have to learn how to forgive himself for leaving too soon, because coming to earth is a gift of learning, and you don't want to waste that gift. You don't want to let it be in vain. So you must try everything you can to stay as long as you can. Karma has to be balanced in order for a soul to fully learn from the experience and the perspective of the experience, okay? So karma will get balanced out with that. Okay, question, do dead people ever lie? This is interesting. No, they do not. They have no reason to. They're in heaven, they're all knowing. So communication is all telepathic. So if it's all telepathic, everybody kind of knows what everybody's thinking. So there's no sense in lying, and there's no sense in lying to me because I communicate telepathically. And I not only communicate telepathically, I feel everything that the soul's going through as well. So you can't kind of hide that from me. So there's no gain in them lying to me, to any other spirits in heaven. Everybody kind of just knows what's going on. So who picked our guides out? Our guides. This comes from Melissa Ream. Melissa gives a lot of questions, and I love them. So she asks, who picked our guides? We picked our guides. Our soul came up with the soul contract that we wanted to learn from. It's, again, like a big buffet of learning, and we decide what we want to learn from, who we want to learn from. The people in our lives typically do tend to come and repeat lives with us. It's our soul family that come in. So let's say, for example, your dad was your brother at one time. In this life, he decided to be your dad. So everybody has their role to play. But yes, you pick your guides, and you usually pick your guides based off of how you trust them, or what maybe you want to learn from them, or maybe what they want to learn from you. Because I think a lot of people think that guides aren't learning while they're doing this with you, and they truly are. They're learning themselves. My guide Maria is constantly learning things from me, especially because I'm stubborn. So she definitely learns from me and how to handle me. And Yvonne over there can detest to that. So yes, you pick your own guides out. Melissa Ream, again, is our soul made with spiritual gifts, or do we get enlightened and come into something? Okay, here's what I'm going to tell you on that. I think a lot of people think that they don't have gifts, or they think that they have to be a psychic medium, empath, spiritualist to have these amazing gifts and be popular. And I think a lot of that has to do with the ego. Because when you look internally and you really take hold of what your gifts are, they're very interesting to you. So with Melissa Ream, I would say she is a protector and a listener. And her gifts are special to her. And just because they're not a psychic medium doesn't mean they're not important, because everyone's gifts that they decided to come in with are important, no matter how minuscule somebody else might look at it. There are some, you have to be born with the gifts of communication to spirit. Now, everybody can hear their guides. It's training yourself to listen better. Now, listening to spirit, like how I do it every day, is a little different, and that is something you're born with. You can't just train for it. That's not something you can get trained. Now, one of my energies that I came in with in 2009 was to help those that have gifts feel their gifts, understand their gifts, and better use their gifts. That is one of the energies I bring in. I am here to kind of pull that energy out of them so that they can understand and take hold of their gifts better than what they would have had before. And just being around me and listening to the teachings is going to help them do this. So yes, in a way, if you enlighten in your own gift, but you have to be born with them. You can't sit there and say, oh, I wish I could be a medium. I'm going to tell you right now, you do not wish to be this. This is very difficult. You have a lot of responsibility. I think people that willy-nilly think that they can just do this are going to really have to face themselves when they pass and face their life review, because if this wasn't a gift in the first place and they're pushing it on themselves, they can really mess somebody's life up. So I have a lot of responsibility. And if I don't listen to my guides on what I'm supposed to be saying, I can get myself in trouble. I will be the one in trouble, not the person that's listening to me. So I take great responsibility on what I do, what I say, because it could hurt somebody if I am not careful. I have to listen to what my guides are telling me. And I don't just answer willy-nilly. And I think that's what a lot of people expect me to do, is just whiff off some answers. And I don't do that. I like to sit calmly, listen quietly to my guides. It might take 5 minutes, might take 10 minutes. It might take 2 minutes. Just depends on the person's energy. But I don't like to just flat out give answers, because they're not my answers to give in the first place. I am just a telephone in a way to give the answers. Okay. Melissa Ream, why is dark so heavy on some souls? Okay. Dark, God allowed dark to be here on earth because this is a learning area where there's a yin and yang energy going on. There's two sides of every story. There's two angles to every learning. So you can't enjoy joy and peace and love unless you experience some darker sides. How can you really appreciate love and peace and happy joy unless you've gone through hard times to really appreciate it? Like when somebody gets really, really sick, they really appreciate health after they've gotten sick. And then they get well and they really are grateful and appreciative that they got to see that side so that they can better appreciate being healthy again. Without dark, we cannot appreciate the joys that Earth has to offer us. Okay, so it's very, very important. God allows dark to teach us these good and bad aspects so that we can better appreciate it. Okay. Okay, next question is Cynthia Fleming. What does it mean when you have the same dream over and over again, and each time it goes a little further than before? Well, Cynthia, you kind of actually answered your own question without even knowing it. When you said here about each time it goes a little further, well, that's the whole point. The dream is slowly giving you a message. And each time you go into it, it's just, you're discovering more and you're learning more. And that's the whole point of a dream repeating. And until you get the message, the dream won't repeat. So let me give an example. Christina, the person that was in this vessel before, she had dreams way back in probably 2000 and about wearing a uniform, a police uniform that wasn't of Johnstown where she lives. The uniform was black and the uniforms here are kind of like a navy color. And she kept having dreams that she sees a rape happen. She chases after the guy and she calls in everything. So it's not like her not to call in, and she didn't call in. And long story short, she gets shot through her chest and she doesn't get discovered for 2 weeks. Her body lays there for 2 weeks because it's in like near an abandoned warehouse. So after the accident, those dreams stopped when I came because it stopped that path in its tracks. I did not become the police officer, even though I still had that energy and that drive to become a police officer because she was still on this path with me when I decided to come in and she decided to leave. It's what's called a walk. I am what's called a walk-in. And I know a lot of people don't understand this, but a walk-in just basically agrees to walk in when the soul that's occupying the vessel no longer wants to live out that life. So instead of committing suicide or anything like that and savoring the vessel, the walk-in comes in and agrees to take on the life. However, the biggest thing with walk-ins is they're drastically different personalities going on. And I mean, there might be some similarities in maybe gestures or facial expressions or maybe the way they talk, but the likes and dislikes and the drive, like she was very depressed and I have a drive to do things and get out and go places, and she's a homebody. So I do struggle with that on occasion where she's fighting me and doesn't want to go anywhere and I'm stuck in the house and I really kind of want to go out and do something. So thanks, David. I know it's sad. I got to struggle with that, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. So Cynthia, just to kind of sum up your question, yes, dreams will repeat themselves, and they are very important when they do repeat themselves, because there is a message there. And the message to Christina was that it was like a heads up that that path won't happen, that she'll be taken across and I would take over. And the dream stopped, obviously, after that. And the uniform, go figure, was the OPD, the Orlando Police Department uniform when she moved to Florida 9 years later. Or wait, I should say 5 years later, but yeah. Okay, Strawberry followed up with why do some not dream or can't recall their dreams? This usually happens when a soul is doing so much work in their dream state that it's too much to contain and remember. Now, there is certain crystals that you can have around you that will help you recall dreams, but it's not going to be in like an overload like most people. And that might be because your soul is kind of tapering into learning. So it's taking its time with its learning. So it's gradually taking bits here and there back with it. Now, you might not think you're recalling things, but your soul is, and that's all that matters, basically, in the end of it. And Angela Black had asked the same thing. So I hope Angela Black and Strawberry gets their answer with that. So, okay, we are 7 minutes in, or 7 minutes left to go. Okay, so Heather Chost, why do some crystals crack, not break, but crack on the inside around a person? This has to do with their energy. Your energy corresponds with a crystal. For example, I have an angelite that's very baby blue, and when I have it in a window, it's absorbing, it's changing its energy to protect the house, so it tends to come off like a light gray, and it's no longer baby blue anymore. So it's kind of sad to see that baby blue go away because it's so beautiful, and then it gets this like dingy look to it, but at least I know it's doing its job. So crystals do, I'm sorry, my nose is so itchy, crystals do change their molecular structure based off who and what is around them. Like sometimes even a selenite, you'll see will go even like, maybe there's clear parts to a selenite, and all of a sudden you'll see it go just bright white, and there's no clear anymore to it. Okay, it's almost like it filled itself up with more selenite. Okay, Tabitha Ray, what are some reasons people are not ready to hear their guides? A lot of the times it is because they are not ready to change things in their life that their spirit guides want to show them. So they're kind of stubborn, or they're comfortable and they don't want to. I think everybody is listening to their guides. They just don't want to admit to what their guides have them doing. So yeah, they don't want to move their feet, and their guides are telling them, go, go, do, do, do. So, okay, let's see. Michelle Atkins, are you able to call someone into your dreams live or past? Actually, yes, you can. If you're feeling like you miss somebody, most of the time when you dream about a loved one, it is actually them. They are visiting you. So take this time to talk to them, to get to know them in their spirit form. And when it's somebody living, this usually happens when they're going through something and they're calling to your soul for help. Now, a lot of people are going to say, well, why would I do that with an ex-boyfriend? Well, just because he's an ex-boyfriend here doesn't mean he's an ex-boyfriend soul-wise. So his soul may be calling to you for some kind of help with some learning that he's still doing here. And you might not remember everything that's said or everything you're experiencing with that soul. That's not the case. The soul knows what's learned, and the soul knows what to listen to. When it comes back to the physical, it's a whole different issue. I think a lot of people think that the soul and vessel are one, but they're really not. It's two separate entities. Like when I talk to ICU patients, I'm talking to the soul, and the body's just laying there in dreamland. Like the body's sleeping, and I'm talking to the soul that's in the dreamland soul state of deciding to stay or go. So it's the same effect, okay? It's just I'm able to talk to them in that state of mind. Whereas your soul, like you might be calling the ex in. You might think you're having dreams of them, and they're doing it to you, but it's actually sometimes you're doing it to them because maybe there's some unfinished business that you need to clear up, and maybe you didn't learn what you were meant to learn. So you're asking them to come and kind of show you something. Okay, next, Lisa Jones Veritek. What does it mean when you felt like a drop of rain fall on your arm and then go to touch it and nothing's wet? Nothing's wet. This followed by Heidi Adahide saying this happens to her a lot, but as a vibration, she thinks it's her phone, but isn't. This is spirit touching you. Sometimes it might feel like something wet dropped on you. It might feel like a bug is crawling on you. It might feel like little needle points, you know, tapping into your skin. I know Maria, when she wants to talk to me or makes me pay attention to something, she'll do like little needle points on my shoulder blade. And sometimes it'll really, really itch. Now, Yvonne gets a lot of itching.